All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome. If you're new, thank you for checking out today's content. I don't know, I feel like I'm starting off with something a little bit different here, but yeah, I hope everybody's doing well today. I once again realized that I did not update my member goal here. Second time I did that. Usually I have this sorted out before we go live, but you know, sometimes that's just the way it's got to be. So let me update that really quick. All right. Yeah, so I hope everybody's doing well today. We have, I would say, a decently packed show. There is quite a bit to go over and talk about today. What I want to talk about with you guys is Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Obviously, this is a game that I imagine quite a few PlayStation players are fully engrossed in right now. I mean, we're just coming off of February where Helldivers 2 dropped, and that seemingly consumed everybody. Took up a massive portion of, I guess, people's playtime, more so than they were expecting. Took over the internet, and we ended that month with the launch of Rebirth. And I've been playing it. I want to talk to you guys about my thoughts on it, give my impressions. Saying my shirt needs ironing. Yeah, a lot of my shirts are currently wrinkled. That's my bad. But I don't iron, so I just have to accept the wrinkled shirt. I have to accept it. So because of that, you're going to have to accept it as well. I do like this shirt, though. It's very comfortable. But yeah, I want to talk to you guys about the gameplay of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, the performance of it, just my general thoughts. I'm obviously nowhere near completing this game. I feel like I truly have barely scratched the surface of Rebirth, and so there is a lot to clearly unpack with this game. It's a little bit overwhelming. It's daunting, I have to be honest, but in the best of ways. But I do want to talk to you guys about my experience. I see we have Silent Spartan coming in, starting off the day by dropping 5 memberships for you guys. And so, Silent Spartan, thank you so much, man. You're going to let me show off a new soundbite that I have prepared for you guys, highly requested.
Say hello to democracy!
There you go. Sorry if there was a little bit of echo there. But there is your Helldivers 2 soundbite, highly requested. That was the best one I could find for now. Maybe in the future I'll be able to add another one. But yeah, man, I'm still playing Helldivers 2. I don't know about you guys. Yeah, I was sure to get Yuri as well. Yeah, he did a fantastic job. So Silent Spartan, that's for you, man. Thank you for continuing to spread democracy, and thank you for dropping 5 membership gifts. This will help me just let you guys know how you can support the content. I know most of you, if not all of you, already know, but just in case we have new viewers, please consider becoming a channel member. You gain access to some exclusive perks, one of which is the Members Lounge. We will be doing a Members Lounge after this stream today, so if you are a member, look out for that. If you're already a member, also consider gifting memberships like Silent Spartan. It helps support what I do here directly, and it also helps support the community, helps grow the membership community. And last but not least, please consider donating a super chat. It really helps a lot. You can ask a question, give an opinion, make a statement, anything in between, just, you know, to show some support, whatever you want to do. So big shout out and thank you to everybody who supports the channel directly. Some other topics we are going to be talking about today, though, before we dive into my Final Fantasy VII Rebirth impressions, is I want to go over this new PlayStation Studio report regarding Fire Sprite. It seems like there are potentially some serious issues with this studio, and it's becoming pretty clear that while a lot of what PlayStation Studios is doing is seemingly fine, and, you know, a lot of these studios are doing well, they're just, you know, working on their projects, doing their thing. There are also some studios, seemingly newly acquired studios or relatively newly acquired studios that that Sony has acquired where they are running into some issues here. And so, yeah, we have a pretty extensive report regarding Fire Sprite to go over. We're also going to be talking about now. I know I worded this a little bit strange in my title, but you guys will understand what I mean. We are going to be going over a new report regarding the Nintendo Switch 2 that is apparently claiming that it's essentially going to be the equivalent of a PS4 in handheld mode. And in docked mode, it's going to be the equivalent of a PS4 Pro. And this, to me, is very interesting because we are getting closer to Nintendo eventually talking about this new handheld that's likely going to do incredibly well. And in my opinion, if the Switch 2 will in fact, if it is in fact going to be as powerful as a PS4, that will make it so that Sony will simply have no choice but to create a handheld themselves, a dedicated handheld that is at least as powerful as a PS4 and can play PS4 games. So I want to have a discussion about that. And I do have some bonus topics as well that I have. Let me see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have potentially up to 6 bonus topics. We'll see if we get to all of them. But yes, I know. You're saying the title says Sony's handheld PS4. Maybe I should change that to Nintendo's. I guess I felt the need to title it Sony's handheld PS4 because there were rumors and reports that apparently Sony is working on that. I'm telling you, if Sony is working on that, it's because they heard that, oh man, the Switch 2, it's basically going to be a PS4. We got to figure this out. All right, so let me add those 5 memberships to the counter here. We have a $10 super chat from Eric from 850. He says, I'm on a business trip, so I picked up a Portal at GameStop, a lucky break, and it's like everyone says, it's truly PS's Wi-Fi dependent handheld. You're saying I played Witcher 3 so far. I think you meant to say like you only played Witcher 3 so far, but I'm impressed. That's interesting to hear, Eric. Yeah, the PlayStation Portal has been a pretty divisive handheld, but to me, it's just one of these things where it's like you either know what you're getting into and you know what to expect and you're likely going to love it, or you know that it's just not for you, and in a way you maybe kind of hate it because it is a seemingly a nice looking handheld, but it's not going to do what you want it to, right? It's doing something that you have no interest in. So I haven't seen many people take the kind of middle ground with the PlayStation Portal, and I have yet to try it myself. As I said, I would like to buy one. They're just really hard to come by, and I'm just kind of waiting for them to become more widely available. But on my channel, I've noticed a lot of you guys who have picked up the PlayStation Portal basically saying that you are enjoying it. Like for what it is, you have been enjoying it, and it's impressive enough, right? Like you're saying here, you only played The Witcher 3, but you're impressed by it. Yeah, man, I do suspect that Sony will continue to produce these, but I have to imagine they're going to continue to produce them in a relatively low volume. And the reason for that is because if they really are working on a handheld PS4 of some kind, like a new dedicated PlayStation handheld, I imagine that's going to be the more desirable product. But yeah, I definitely got to get my hands on one at some point of the PlayStation Portal to try it out for myself. Definitely have a couple of use cases for it, but thank you for the super chat, Eric. And maybe in like a couple weeks or a couple months time, you can update me and let me know, how your long-term experience has been. And anybody who has been using the PlayStation Portal, let me know. But I'm going to dive into my impressions of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. So I will let you know that I have about 5 to 6 hours played so far, although I will admit that at least 45 minutes of that, I'd say between 30 and 45 minutes of that is probably me being at the pause screen, doing a couple things and then coming back to the game, leaving it paused for a little bit. But just to give you a quick brief on my experience with Final Fantasy, for those who are unaware, I was never into Final Fantasy. I never cared about Final Fantasy. And I think it was the summer of 2022, you guys convinced me to just play Final Fantasy VII Remake. People have been telling me for years to play that game, telling me that I would enjoy it. They're pretty sure it's going to be my type of game. And I was very resistant, pretty much said, no thanks, not going to bother. I'm not into Final Fantasy. And, I finally caved in the summer of 2022 and I started playing it. And for, I would say, a month and a half or so, I think that's about how long it took me to complete it. Every Sunday when I was doing my stream, I was basically reporting to you guys, where I am in the game and just kind of talking to you guys about it as I was making my way through it. And by the time I finished it, I was blown away by how much I actually enjoyed the game. And it was genuinely surprising to me. I couldn't believe just how much the game actually spoke to me. And it just started to make me think like, man, have I truly been missing out all this time on Final Fantasy? And the answer was yes. Yes, I was. And so after that came Final Fantasy 16, which I played last year, obviously. And it was interesting because there were so many questions like, well, which one do you think you're going to like more? Do you think you're going to like Final Fantasy 16 more? Or do you think you're going to end up enjoying Remake more? And they both are amazing games. I do think Final Fantasy 16, unfortunately, is a little bit underrated. It seems like it seems like the people who played it and enjoyed it really enjoyed it, but it just didn't kind of get that type of mass. It didn't have that like mass appeal necessarily that something like FF7 Remake and Rebirth have. And I think that is a little unfortunate because Final Fantasy 16 was an incredible game. It still is, and I highly recommend it. But now we are at Rebirth, and my excitement going into it was very high. And even though my time with it so far has been pretty limited, I can immediately tell that, yeah, they're going to get me totally like hooked again. They're going to get me completely absorbed. Even just the start of the game, playing through, Nibelheim and seeing, kind of playing through that flashback. Obviously, that was part of the demo, but that I think was a great way for them to just kind of immediately, at least for somebody like me, because again, for context, I have not played the original Final Fantasy VII. For somebody like me, it was really great to just be able to kind of get thrown back into it and just kind of start it off with a bang, so to speak, where it's like, oh yeah, this game, right? Like Remake. And so they do have, and this was a nice touch as well. When you start up Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, they have a tab you can click or an option that says the story so far. And I did click on it just to pretty much see like how they condensed Final Fantasy VII Remake into what I assumed like clicking on it was going to be anywhere between 2 and 5 minutes long, just to kind of get you up to speed, or maybe if you didn't play Remake and jumped into Rebirth. And they did a pretty good job. Obviously, relying on something like that to completely get you caught up is not going to be, in my opinion, sufficient. But for what they did, I think it gives you the basics and it lets you know what you need to know going into Rebirth. So it was nice that they added that. Josh Z with a $10 super chat saying, MBG, I love the way Rebirth handles the map. Activating towers doesn't reveal the map, but points on the map. This is absolutely the better way to handle it. Yes, Josh. I agree with you 100%. Again, I'm just scratching, or what feels like scratching the surface of this game. I'm in chapter 2 now, where the game opens up. It pretty much becomes an open world experience. And I got to be honest with you guys, I was very nervous about this because, most of you know how I feel about open world games. It's like a 50-50 thing. On one hand, there are many open world games that I love and I really enjoy exploring and the way it's handled. But there are also other types of open world games where it's like, I'm finding it a little bit more difficult to really enjoy the fact that this is an open world game. And it sometimes feels like for some open world games, it just kind of gets in the way and makes everything feel too disconnected and disjointed. And so I guess it really does come down to how it's handled. And what you're pointing out here, Josh, is something that I was quite surprised by and wasn't expecting, where usually the way it works is, you go to these points of interest and these like beacons or whatever, these towers, you activate them and it just kind of opens up the map for you. But what this does, as you're saying, is it reveals certain points, but doesn't necessarily open up the map. So it does encourage you, well, not even encourage you, but it kind of does force you, where like you still have to go open up the map yourself by exploring, I mean, it'll open up like a small section, I guess, like right where the actual tower is. But I thought that was an interesting way to handle it, because the big question I had going into Rebirth was whether or not I was actually going to enjoy this open world, or if I was going to kind of feel like, I enjoyed Remake's linearity more so. And so far, again, it's still very early, so this could change, but so far, I am actually really enjoying the way that they're handling the open world. I am finding myself enjoying just kind of the exploration factor, which is a big deal for me, because a lot of times I do not like exploring in games, but I don't know. I guess maybe it's the flow of it, where I have these points marked on the map where, okay, hey, I'll go over here. There's a tower over there. I'm going to make my way to that tower so I can unlock it, and then I can find other points of interest. And as I'm making my way there, there's at least 2 or 3 things along the way that catch my attention, like the Chocobo chicks, or I don't know if they have a different name, but you can kind of follow them. It reminds me very much of following the foxes in Ghost of Tsushima. There's that in this game, right? Where there's like these birds as well. Again, forgive me, I don't know all the names, but there are birds that you come across, you follow them, and they give you these these kind of like hidden sections of it's kind of like lore for the world, which I actually found interesting, because I'm like, I do want to learn more about this world. And so forgive me if I'm missing the names of this stuff. Again, I just started playing, but when I find these, I guess they're like Mako, like pools or whatever. They're like little, if you've played the game, you know what I'm talking about. And it's where you basically get more lore about the areas, about the world. And it's just such an interesting way to handle it, because it's totally optional. Like if you're just riding your chocobo and you're just trying to make your way from point A to point B and complete a mission, you definitely don't have to follow, these kind of guides, if you will. You can just keep doing your thing. But it's always, I don't know, it triggers something in my brain where it's like a nice little bonus, it feels like, oh yeah, there's one of those birds. I'm going to go follow it and I'm going to unlock more stuff. I just came across the first Moogle tree, I guess. Again, I know it's called something else, but I played through that, and it's like a mini game basically. And it's just, as I'm exploring the world and as I'm really trying to take in everything that this game has to offer, and as it opens up, it really just begins to kind of dawn on me as I'm playing, like, man, this game really is massive. I mean, I watched the state of play, I watched the trailers, I read the interviews, I covered the news, but you really, I think, don't get a true sense of just how big this game really is and how much it has to offer until you're actually playing it and experiencing it. At least that's how it's been for me so far. And so just talking about the open world of Rebirth, I think they're doing a really good job with it. It's right now something that is flowing much better than I could have hoped for. Like I said, there was a bit of nervousness going into this where I thought, you know what? I'm not so sure, man, if I'm going to really be able to embrace this open world. especially because Remake was not open world. And instead, it really is leaving this impression on me where it's like, this open world is doing exactly what it should. It makes it feel much more expansive, much more interesting, much more free-flowing, and not necessarily cumbersome, annoying, or intrusive in any way. So I really think they nailed it here. And we have Exley Get Some Trismegistus coming in with another 5-bomb for you guys. Exley dropping 5 more membership gifts. Exley, this is for you, man.
Say hello to democracy.
There you go. Exley Get Some Trismegistus. Thank you so much for keeping this membership train going today, Exley. You just brought us up to 10 members on the day. I'm going to add that to the counter. And as always, thank you guys for all of your continued support. Love to see it, man. Joe Rogan and Cat Williams were struggling to say Trismegistus on his podcast. Well, when Exley first changed his name to Trismegistus, I struggled to say it the right way as well. I don't know if that's true, by the way. I didn't watch that podcast, but if that's true, that's very funny. But I figured it out. We figured it out, guys. And so, yeah, Josh, just to close out your super chat here, man, I agree entirely. I think the way that they handled the points, like opening up the map by adding points to the map, but still encouraging that exploration, I think that was a very good way to handle it. Now, I do want to say this about the open world aspect of this. Everything I've said so far has been very positive and very good, but there is, as of right now, and this is the only thing that I've noticed, and this is not necessarily, it's not so much a negative towards the open world itself. It seems more like a negative towards the technical aspect of the game, but because it is open world, I think it highlights this weak point more so than if the game, you know, again, like Remake, if it was linear, I don't think it would be highlighted as much. And that is the animations for Traversal. Why do I always struggle saying that word? Traversal. I feel like I get like some kind of like Sean Connery thing going where it's like Traversal when I say that word. I don't know why. But there are some problems with the animations, and it's nothing serious. To be clear, it's not like game breaking. It doesn't get in the way. It just looks a little bit jarring where because of the open world, there's a lot of different terrain. There's a lot more verticality. And it seems like, to be frank, it seems like there was minimal work. Like, I guess maybe it was a priority thing where it's like, do we actually have the time to like animate this perfectly, seamlessly? Or is it just one of these things where it's not really going to make that big of a difference? Like, people will see it, obviously, but in terms of the overall gameplay experience, it's not going to make a difference. You could tell that there was like minimal work put into the animations when it comes to basically climbing and traversing any rough or vertical terrain. And again, it's not like, oh man, this is ruining the game for me, or this is like really bringing down my gameplay experience. It's not that. It's just, you know, something I definitely noticed, and I doubt they'll be able to do anything about it because it's like, well, I mean, I guess if they want in the future, they could like have some kind of patch that changes the animations, but that's the only thing that I would say did not translate too well between Remake and Rebirth, is that because the world is much more open, much more vertical, much more unpredictable in terms of terrain, it just seems like they kind of threw in the exact same animations that were used for Remake for that, you know, climbing and whatnot. And even like when you drop down from like rocks and stuff, it looks so stiff and jarring. It's like, like it almost makes me wonder, like, did you guys forget to like animate this stuff over here? But, you know, it's a little bit funny, to be honest. Like when you're when you're traversing some of these areas, man, it just looks silly. I will say, I think the animation, and maybe this kind of explains it a little bit potentially, when you're riding the chocobos, The animation work, from what I can tell, is a little bit more impressive for the chocobos. Like it's still a little bit janky and stiff, but it seems to be smoother overall than when you're just like on foot. So I don't know if maybe they put more time into animating the chocobos because they suspected that most people are gonna be traversing that way. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's like a very minor thing I've noticed. However, this does lead me into wanting to talk about the graphical presentation and the graphical fidelity of the game and the technical side of it. So I have been experimenting with playing on both the fidelity mode at 4K 30 FPS, and I've also been playing on the performance mode, which is, I guess, some type of upscaled 4K, although I really don't know that it's an upscaled 4K at 60 FPS. And my biggest complaint for Rebirth so far, and this has to be said, is the performance mode is, I want to use the word unacceptable. And I think that is the word I'm going to use because it is difficult to accept how this performance mode looks when I've gotten so many games prior to Rebirth that do offer performance modes, open world games as well, that look substantially better. I think there has to be something wrong with like some kind of bug that they haven't yet fixed, because it is not good looking and there's just no way to sugarcoat it. You do get that 60 FPS, and I think there are some, performance hitches here and there. You do get that 60 FPS, but the cost in terms of the overall visual fidelity is so great that I'm just like, I can't do this. And I have a pretty high tolerance, I would say, where, if it doesn't look as crisp, it's clearly not native 4K. I've even played games at 1080p 60 FPS. Somehow this looks worse than 1080p 60 FPS. So I really don't know what's going wrong with this performance mode, but I do have a report here that talks about this. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth director Naoki Hamaguchi claims patch to fix performance mode visuals is on the way. Part of what makes Final Fantasy VII Rebirth so good is its stunning vistas and visual fidelity, but many have expressed their disappointment with how much lower the performance mode's visual quality turned out to be compared to the much sharper graphics mode. During his visit to the Philippines, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth director Naoki Hamaguchi mentions that while he cannot reveal the full details of what it contains, he says that an update patch is on the way, and one of the things it will fix is the visual quality in performance mode. Quote, "We've received a lot of feedback on whether the graphics in the performance mode will be improved or not. We hear you, and we are currently working on an update patch to improve that aspect. I don't think the release date would be far away from now," end quote. Hamaguchi clarifies that the upcoming patch will address instances in the game where the character can look a little bit scary when the lighting hits them at a certain angle. Quote, "We have heard from players that in certain situations, the facial lighting makes some character shadows look very scary. So that's one part of the update that we are working on," end quote. The final part here says, when asked about his preference between graphics and performance mode, he quickly and simply answers, quote, "I like to play other games in graphics mode as well because I like to see better graphics," end quote. So that's what he said. But yeah, I wanted to be sure to let you guys know about this. I think this is definitely good news. It seems clear that there is more optimization. If it's not a bug, well, I guess this would count for optimization, but it just more optimization is absolutely needed for this performance mode. And until they do that, until that patch comes out, I am playing it in the fidelity mode. I will say it's a pretty tolerable 30 FPS. Maybe my eyes have just fully adjusted to it, but like obviously when I see the graphical fidelity in the 30 FPS mode, I do, I would like to see something closer to that at 60 FPS in the performance mode. But the difference is so night and day I'll be honest with you, man. Like, I was quite shocked. I was when I first switched it to performance mode. When I was in the open world section, I'm like, this is crazy. It looked weird. It's like, why is it this blurry? So clearly they are aware of the problem. They're working on a fix. And out of all of the positives and negatives, that is the only real true, I would say, standout negative point. You know, these animations and whatnot for Traversal, like I said, they're not major. They're very minor. But the performance mode, if you're going to have that performance mode, yeah, you got to do a better job than that. If you play on 1080p, will it look fine? I don't know. I did hear that apparently some people were kind of like changing their resolution output on the PlayStation 5, and maybe that was kind of fixing it a little bit. So maybe that could be it. And really quick here, we have a $2 super sticker from Mrs. MBG. She's clearly listening to me talk about Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth. It's the third time super stickering too. So God, super stickering. That sounds so weird. But thank you for that, Mrs. MBG. We have Silent Spartan here. Member for 4 months says, I'm not sure why people are mad at the performance mode. It's basically a locked 60 FPS. There's going to be cutbacks in every performance mode. Well, to be fair, I have come across people basically saying that they are okay with the performance mode, that they're totally fine with the way it is. And I guess it just comes down to your tolerance level, right? Like, so for me, the reason why I feel the need to complain about this performance mode is because, again, I've experienced many PS5 games at this point, and some of them being open world, that do look substantially less blurry. Like, that to me is the thing. I don't know if it's directly correlated to the resolution itself. I mean, maybe it is, but there's just something. It seems to me that you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the shimmering issue that was there at the launch of Horizon Forbidden West in the performance mode specifically. I remember that when Forbidden West released, there was this big issue, and it was like some kind of bug or it needed further optimization. There was this big issue with the performance mode where it's like something just looks wrong. I don't know what it is. It's like hard. I guess that's what people call it, like a shimmering issue, but it made it look really blurry, really distorted in some ways. And it's like something just isn't quite right here. So while you're right that it does maintain that 60 FPS, and depending on who you ask, that might be the only thing that truly matters. That might matter way more. This is seemingly something we have seen in the past with some of these games, you know, where it's like the performance modes come out and there seems to be just something going wrong with them. Where it's it seems to me like the developers themselves are even communicating that it's not supposed to look like that. You know what I mean? Where it's like something just looks off and it needs to be corrected. But here's the thing though, man. Like, while I was playing it in the performance mode, and I definitely noticed, like, man, this does not look that great at all. Like, wow. As I'm playing it, it begins to matter less and less. And I don't want to make it sound like, hey, if a game offers a performance mode and the cutbacks have to be that on that level in order to get that 60 FPS, I do see people where they act as if like no one could possibly deal with that or be okay with that. And it's like, you don't speak for everybody, just like I don't, right? I'm just giving my opinion where I think that performance mode, to me, it is unacceptable. I would just rather play the fidelity mode. But if there's somebody out there that says, hey man, I've been playing the game on the performance mode and I think it looks fine, no problems. Hey, more power to you, man. You know, what I've learned in covering video games for the amount of time that I have is that everybody really is different and unique in a sense where I've come across people who are like, dude, I can't really see the difference between 30 FPS and 60 FPS. And even though for me, it's like, I can't fully understand that because I definitely do see the difference. I've seen enough people say that it's like, yeah, for some people, that is a reality where they just can't really notice the difference that much. And, I believe it because I've seen enough people say it. And so this is one of those situations where it's like, I think it's good that they're addressing this and saying like, look, we are going to work on a patch. We're going to improve it. Whether or not it improves it substantially or just by a minor, almost trivial amount, we'll find out. But it is nice though. I will say this, and this is, I guess, the final thing I'll say in regards to the, performance and fidelity mode. I would prefer, like, if this was my only option where it's like, sorry, man, the only way we can output this game at 60 FPS on the PS5 is we have to reduce it this much. It's either that or there is no performance option. I would prefer this. Like, having that option is still better than having no option. So, Unintended Studios with a $5 super chat saying the performance mode is like your Japanese name pronunciation. I'm not mad, just disappointed. Very good. Very good, Unintended Studios. I think that is a perfect way to put it. I feel like I don't know. I feel like some Japanese names I'm pronouncing okay, right? Maybe not. Maybe not. We won't go there. We won't go there. But yes, I've been playing in the fidelity mode, and I did, just to continue to talk about the overall fidelity, like technical aspect and technical fidelity of the game. I did watch Digital Foundry's analysis, and here's what's interesting. I watched Digital Foundry's analysis of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth before I played it myself. And what I walked away with from their analysis is that, man, there's apparently a lot of problems with this game. Bad lighting, bad textures, and, again, that's their job. Digital Foundry's job is to bring out the magnifying glass and scrutinize to oblivion. I understand that, so I'm not faulting them. They're just doing their job. But I walked away thinking, man, this game's really not going to look good, is it? And that's not at all like the result for me. I've been playing in the fidelity mode, and this game looks beautiful. It does. Like, sure, maybe there are imperfections, like with the lighting. Maybe there are occasionally some low res textures, but the game is actually pretty stunning. And it makes me realize that the development team knew what they were doing, right? Like, if they had to make certain cutbacks in certain areas, technically speaking, they made the right ones. That it's like, look, when it comes to just the overall presentation and how it's going to present, they, I think, nailed it. The character models in particular are astonishing, right? Like the character models of Cloud, Tifa, Aerith, Barrett, like they look really, 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 really good. But even when I first entered, again, Chapter 2, and the world opens up, it looks amazing. I mean, of course, maybe some things look a little bit flat here and there, but it really, I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, I kind of went in thinking, I guess this game is going to look pretty disappointing, right? But it doesn't. It looks very good. And so it's just something that I felt the need to point out here because, again, it's not that graphics are the be-all, end-all, at least not for me. Graphics are important. I do obviously like having good graphical fidelity, good art style, and the good news about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is it has all of those things on PS5. The only real flaw, like I said, is maybe the performance mode, but I don't think... I mean, I'm I don't want to speak for everybody, but I feel like the majority of people who play Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, if not the overwhelming majority, will be like, after putting 5, 10, 15, 20 hours, you'll be like, this is a beautiful game. Like, it really is. It's a very good looking game. You can't go wrong. It's another one of these games where I feel like the art style itself, it really goes such a long way. And this actually leads me to the other part of this game that, man, it's doing heavy lifting for this game. The soundtrack. The soundtrack of this game, I mean, it's going to win awards, dude. It's so... It's not that it's just good. Like obviously the soundtrack is good, but what I'm finding is that the way they're like, when they change the music, when they change the soundtracks based on the different areas, the different interactions, the way they, I don't know, they're like masters. Square Enix, they're masters of like transitioning these tracks and just, it's perfect, man. It's so good. And it really is a standout of the game. It is doing a lot of heavy lifting. Obviously, I think soundtracks in all games are important, but I think Final Fantasy continues to serve as like just a reminder that the soundtracks, when they are handled correctly, when it's really handled masterfully, it can really evoke a certain level of emotion, even just based on, I went from this area to this area, and it's really the biggest difference is the music, is the track playing in the background. Of course the scenery changes, but it's impressive. It is. That's interesting. Ms. Biz, you're saying the sound mixing sucks though. The music is too loud while people are talking. It's, what's interesting about that is I used to think that too, until I realized, and I think it was maybe up until this point with Rebirth, and I played most of Final Fantasy 16 with the soundtrack or the music turned all the way up, and I think at some point along the way I lowered it a little bit, because I will agree that there are some times where the music can be a bit overpowering, but I almost begin to wonder, like, is this done intentionally? Because it's interesting to me that there are these areas, like even when I'm just exploring an area and the characters start talking, I do have to listen in to what they're saying, and the music can be a little bit like overpowering. But I don't know. To me, it almost like, I will say it's a good thing. I would recommend, if you're going to play this game without altering the music setting, like if you're not going to lower the music setting, I would recommend definitely having subtitles on, because I can still hear what they're saying. But if there are moments where they're talking a little bit quieter, yeah, I could see how maybe you miss a couple things. But I don't know. A part of me almost feels like it's done intentionally, because it almost feels like they're trying to blend the dialogue with the music at almost the same level. And so I could see how maybe that comes off as like, well, maybe that's not the best way to handle it. But it's different, I think. I do think it's different. To me, it seems 100% intentional, because it's like there's no way professional sound engineers and mixers don't know. Like, they would absolutely know, like, oh, that's way overpowering. Like, you can't even hear what they're saying, right? I think it is absolutely done intentionally to create a specific type of delivery with this dialogue. And, again, maybe for some people it doesn't work, but I notice in most other games and most other forms of media, like it's not handled that way. So it definitely feels like a purposeful decision, an artistic, I guess, decision to like, up the volume of the music. It's okay. It's okay if the music is little overpowering. That's the way we like it, But yeah, it's been an awesome part of the experience. You have a MRPD, a member for 8 months, saying, I can only hope a performance mode patch comes within the month. FF16 performance mode is still choppy since release. Yeah, that's true. I remember playing Final Fantasy 16 in fidelity mode as well. And yeah, now that you mention it, they never did patch that. I have to imagine with this, they will probably get it out soon, though. I mean, based off of what we just read, according to Hamaguchi, you know, it should come very soon. So Capone is saying you guys deserve better. It's a bit dramatic. I mean, I think too frequently we lose the forest for the trees with this type of stuff, where, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying we shouldn't acknowledge the flaws and things that need improving. No, we absolutely should. We need to point out these things. If we never pointed them out, how could we expect them to improve or get fixed? But I just think that it's like, here's how I view it, right? The developers know this already. They do know this. They have been working on a game like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and this goes for pretty much all games, especially the bigger ones, for years. So they know the flaws. They're well aware. But what we've learned about game development is that it is a process, you know, and no game is ever going to be perfect or flawless. And there's obviously degrees of acceptance, right? Where it's like, okay, your game can have some issues and have some flaws, and it definitely falls within a range of that's okay. And then there are other games that have serious flaws, major issues. It's like, that's not okay. Why did you release this? And in the case of, I would say, Rebirth, and this goes for, again, many other big games, you could tell, like, it's not perfect. No game is perfect. Like, there are some issues. There are some flaws. But the developers, you know for a fact, are hopeful that, well, you know, hopefully the overall experience, everything that, like, every aspect of this game, it comes together to where, sure, that flaw exists, but hopefully it doesn't matter that much. You know, hopefully the things that we get right, the things that we nail, that will completely overshadow the flaws. And in the meantime, we will try to fix those flaws as best we can. And in some cases, they don't ever get fixed or corrected. And so, you know, that's why it's like, I don't know that I could agree with the idea that we deserve better. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm always open to seeing improvement. But so far, my experience with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is this is an amazing game that I am thoroughly enjoying. And whatever flaws I have noticed don't really mean much to me. You know, they just don't. And again, the only one that really does mean anything is the performance mode. And they already said they're going to work on that. So, hey, you know what? I'm cool with that. But I want to get back to talking about my general impressions. Let's talk about the combat. So it's interesting because I feel like the combat is the area where I have the least amount to say so far, because I have engaged in combat in the game, obviously. I think I did like 1 or 2 boss battles. I mean, there's the first boss battle you do, which I'm not going to spoil anything, but, you know, if you play the Nibelheim section, yeah, you've experienced that one. But since then, I've experienced I would say just different encounters all around. And that's another interesting aspect of Rebirth, is now that it's open world, there are these different encounters that are kind of just, you know, it's, you know how it is with open world games, where they just have kind of different enemies kind of sprinkled throughout the area. And if you run into them, you can choose to fight them or not. And we have our man Hellbound 1981 coming in, dropping 5 more memberships for you guys. Hellbound, another legend, continually gifting memberships to you guys. Hellbound, thank you so much for that, man. What soundbite should I use for Hellbound? How about we do...
Kept you waiting, huh?
There you go, Hellbound. I'll give you a snake.
Thank you.
Appreciated.
Good stuff, man. So Hellbound just brought us up to 15 members on the day. Thank you so much for keeping the membership train going. So we're 15 away from hitting our goal. Or sorry, 10 away, my bad. 10 away from hitting the goal. Good stuff. We also have Josh Z with another $10 super chat, and he says, they were never going to be as technically perfect as Remake. It's 10 times bigger, always going to lose small details in a game this size. It's a small price for doing justice to everything else. Yeah, and that's well said, Josh. I think you articulated that better than I certainly did, because that's the whole thing, right? It is a significantly bigger game. I want to underline the word significantly. When you just look at the world map, it's like, wow, this is like, it's almost jarring where it's like coming off of Remake and then seeing this, it's like, whoa, you guys really were like, we're going to just blow this thing up here. So I think you're absolutely correct, Josh. And we have actually Get Some Trismegistus coming in, dropping another 5 memberships for you guys. He drops a second 5 bomb, bringing us up to 20 members on the day, actually keeping that membership train going.
Say hello to democracy.
You know I got to do it to you, man. I got to lower that. I think that's bleeding through the mic. Actually, thank you so much for continually supporting the channel and the community here, man. Really appreciate it. So there we go. Now we're just 5 away from hitting the goal of 25 members for the day. You guys are awesome. And Josh, the thing that I'm curious about with Rebirth, talking about how big the game is, how it's like 10 times bigger than Remake. Remake, by the time I finished it, felt like a massive game. I mean, it is a massive game. It is linear, but it still just felt like there was so much to it. Yeah, actually, really quick in the chat, you're saying I should add the get some soundbite. I was looking for that, and I'm pretty sure the only way I'm going to be able to get that soundbite is I'm going to have to record it myself. So it will take a little bit of extra effort, but yeah, that was the one that I was looking for first, but couldn't find it. So I'll have to work on that. But Josh, getting back to your super chat, what I'm really interested in figuring out with playing Rebirth, obviously, it's going to take me a long time to complete this game. I imagine it's going to take me. I do want to do a lot of the side content. I am enjoying the side content, so I imagine it's going to take me way more than 40 or 50 hours, because that's basically how long it takes to just complete the main story of the game. And so I just want to know, by the time I get to the end point of this game, or when I feel like I'm getting close to wrapping everything up, how much more massive does the game truly feel? Will it start to feel a bit repetitive? Will it start to feel like, you know what? Maybe a lot of the side stuff just wasn't, it was fun at first, maybe not so much now. I'm not saying that's what I'm anticipating. Based off of what I'm experiencing now, it feels like it's going to open up even more so. It's going to be like one of these games where I'm like 30 hours in and it's still opening up. Like there's still different things that I'm running into that I'm like, wow, okay, yeah, this is just getting better and better and better. And again, this is where when you look at the reviews of Rebirth, it was very much stressed that this game is, it is just doing so many things right in such a big way that it's kind of overwhelmingly good. And yeah, I'm getting that sense. Even with how early in the game I am, I'm definitely getting that sense. And my whole thing is, at this point, as I said multiple times, I feel like I'm literally just scratching the surface of this game. And it's like, dude, it's already March 3rd. Dragon's Dogma 2 and Rise of the Ronin are approaching rapidly. What am I going to do? Like, I'm pretty sure. So I'm going to be late to one, I know I'm going to be late to one of these games, possibly both of them, based off of how much content this game has to offer. And we have Silent Spartan coming in and dropping 10 memberships for you guys. Silent Spartan with the 10 bomb. Let's get some W's flowing in the chat. Really appreciate that, Silent Spartan. Let's see. What soundbite should I use for Silent Spartan? Maybe I'll use...
Enough from me.
Jim Ryan.
We're going to have the games do our talking.
Silent Spartan, are you a Jim Ryan fan? Maybe if not Jim Ryan, we can do...
Do not be sorry. Be
There we
better.
go. There we go. Can't go wrong with some sound advice from Kratos. That's obviously not for you, Silent Spartan. That's for all of us. So, dude, thank you so much for the 10 bomb. No, that brings us up to 30 members on the day. So let me update that for you guys. Need Kaz Harai saying Ridge Racer. Yeah, that would be a good one. Yeah. That would be a good one. That'd be a classic. I'm hoping we can hear something from Hiroki Totoki at some point. Well, then again, I mean, I guess if you wanted to, you could listen in to the earnings report and you can hear Hiroki Totoki speak, but I guess I just realized that it would, he's speaking Japanese, so. All right, just give me one moment here while I update this for you guys, and we'll continue our conversation. So, Silent Spartan, once again, man, shout out to you for getting us past the goal. And shout out to you guys for crushing 25 members on the day already, sitting at 30. Love to see it. Appreciate it so much. We have Arjun C is what I will call you, so I don't embarrass myself trying to pronounce your last name. And Silent Spartan, you're saying, as long as I'm done before Stellar Blade, LOL. Oh man, don't remind me. I'm telling you, this is a real problem. We have too many games coming. They're too close in proximity to one another. It's not how close they are in proximity. It's how big they are, man. At least for me. Like, I know that there are people who can just destroy a game like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth in like 2 weeks. That's impressive stuff. I couldn't do that. A game as big as Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, I know I'm going to need way more than a month to make my way through this game. But it's just the fact that Rise of the Ronin looks like it's going to be a pretty big game. And then Dragon's Dogma 2 is obviously going to be a big game. And Stellar Blade seems like a relatively big game too. And they're all just coming like back to back to back. It's a great problem to have. But I'm telling you, it's still a problem. Sony, stop releasing so many games. I'm just kidding, of course. Please release more games, but I just wish I was able to, I don't know, I just wish I was able to balance this out better. All right, let me see. We have Arjun saying, this is for you, MBG. I joined the channel since your channel started. Well, thank you so much for that, man. I appreciate the donation there. And yeah, big shout out to you for you saying you've been here since the channel started. Dude, you've been here for a long time, man. You've been here for a very long time. So shout out to you, Arjun. Thank you so much for showing that support. When it comes to the combat of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, I feel the exact same way about it as I did Remake, and that is, this is quite possibly a perfect system. Final Fantasy 16 was very different combat-wise compared to Final Fantasy VII Remake, and a big question that a lot of you guys were asking me and yourselves as well is like, well, which one are we gonna like better? Are we gonna like Final Fantasy 16's more action-focused combat, like purely action, real time, or are we gonna like look back at Remake and say, I think that system was better? I'm trying to remember what they call it. Can somebody give me the name? I know that there's a specific name of the system they use in Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth. Darian, you're saying Final Fantasy 16's combat got boring. I don't think it got boring. I think because it was just real time, I think it did lack a little bit of depth. Just a little bit. I know it's not turn-based. ATB hybrid. Okay. Yeah, because it's not fully turn-based. And you know, it's funny because when I started Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, I think there was an option, if I'm not mistaken, there was an option to actually just do full-blown turn-based, if I'm not mistaken. But I clicked the first option, which is the ATB hybrid system. And the ATB hybrid system is it is, I've said this about Final Fantasy VII Remake, and it's obviously applicable here too. It really is just truly the perfect blend between, real-time action combat and turn-based. And it's just handled so well that I cannot find any flaws in it. And so as I'm playing the game again, I'm re-familiarizing myself, I'm reacquainting myself with this combat, but it's as soon as I engage with it, as soon as I start to get a feel for it again, I'm like, yes, this combat is so unbelievably satisfying. And yeah, I don't really know what else to say about it. Saying MBG ATB means active time bar. Turn-based is from the OG Final Fantasy VII. You can turn it on in the settings, the classical battle mode. Do you guys think I should try that? Should I try to turn on the classical battle mode? See if I like that more or less? No, you don't think I should? You guys are straight up saying no. I mean, maybe it would be worth just trying, right? I mean, if I don't like it, no harm. But yeah, man, you guys are almost seemingly implying that it's bad. Like it like actually brings the game down. I'm about to try it now just to see. I should. Do I like turn-based? Oh, you know what? Speaking of turn-based, you know what I found out I do like? Maybe I do like turn-based combat. I don't know. I've been playing was it Queen's Blood card game? Now I have to tell you, I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong, Queen's Blood, the card game, was available in Final Fantasy VII Remake. And I didn't play it. Like, I mean, I think I played like the tutorial match or whatever, just so they can introduce it to you. But I just was like, I'm good. I'm just trying to play this game and learn it. I'm not worried about learning. Are you sure? No, hold on. You're telling me this card game was not in Remake? Fort Condor was. So it was a different game then. So I might be misremembering. Okay, Fort Condor. What was the difference then? Why? Hold on, I need to see a picture of this. Let me see. Oh, okay, yeah. That's fun. Okay. Yeah, it's coming back to me now. Yeah, I remember I played I think one tutorial match of this. Yeah, looking at the images now, I'm like, yeah, I could see why I wasn't really feeling that. That's so funny. You know what? That probably explains why I'm enjoying this then. Yeah. Because I was like, dude, I started playing this Queen's Blood card game, and I'm like, this is really fun. Like, why is this so fun? I'm like practically getting addicted to this. That thing is happening where I'm getting addicted to a game within a game here. I was like, why did I skip this in remake? And it's like, well, it's because it wasn't in remake. So that's what confused me there. But yes, dude, I've been playing the Queen's Blood card game, and it's really good. When I first started playing it, I'm like, oh, I don't think I'm gonna like this. I have to learn a whole new set of rules. I'm good. But after my first tutorial match, I'm like, actually, this might be pretty good. And I just kind of leaned into it, and I started trying to build a deck and I'm like, this is like, I actually started to get nervous. I'm like, yo, my Final Fantasy VII Rebirth impressions are just going to be me saying I played the first chapter and then I just got addicted to Queen's Blood and I haven't played anything except that. So I had to kind of pull myself away from it. But shout out to Queen's Blood. This game is very good. Very good. I'm very much enjoying it. And it makes me wonder, like, dude, would I enjoy turn-based combat in games more than I think? Richard O with the $2 super chat saying, will you replay Rebirth on the PS5 Pro? It's difficult to determine. I'm going to say no, because I imagine when the Pro comes out at the end of this year, there's going to be other games. Well, you know what? What it leads me to think, actually, because let's face it, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth very well could be the biggest PlayStation 5 game that comes out this year. It's very clearly a Game of the Year contender. I wouldn't be surprised if this is a game that Sony markets alongside the Pro, now that I think about it. I guess the initial reaction I had was, well, we'll be long past Rebirth. But will we? So I want to say I'm probably not going to be, but I could. It depends, man. It'll really come down to what launches with the PS5 Pro. What games is Sony going to have when the Pro launches to say these games are PS5 Pro enhanced? If FF7 Rebirth is one of those games where it's like, yeah, we prioritize this. We want, like, this is going to be one of the best looking games on console, right? Like on the PS5 Pro. Here it is. Yeah, I probably would at least go check it out. I don't know if I would replay it, but at least check it out. Disco Cobra 2013. Also, I wonder if a game like Final Fantasy 16 would end up getting PS5 Pro enhanced. That would be a game that I think would really benefit from it too. But Disco Cobra 2013 with a $20 super chat. Disco Cobra, thank you so much for that, man. You're saying, would you recommend Final Fantasy Rebirth? I was not sure since I never played the first remake. Would you say it improves a lot on the first game? What are some noticeable changes? It's a good question. The most difficult part of this question is whether or not I would feel comfortable recommending the game to anybody who hasn't played remake. Well, on one hand, I feel like remake is pretty damn important in establishing what the hell is going on, the relationships between these characters. Like, to me, that's probably the biggest thing, is the relationships between the characters. I feel like the plot beats, again, it seems like they're going to be changing some stuff around, or they are changing some stuff around with the story. So I don't know that when it comes to the overall general story that I feel so, because I haven't even played the original Final Fantasy VII, I don't know that I feel like, oh yeah, like you absolutely need to play it for all of the story beats. I want to say it's definitely recommended to do that. I did mention earlier that they have a kind of recap, but I just don't know that I would trust the recap enough. But just talking about the game itself and the way it improves upon remake, well, again, when it comes to the gameplay side of it, it feels identical, and that's a good thing. I mean, there are seemingly some added layers to it that I haven't really dabbled in yet, because, again, I'm just still starting. But there does seem to be a few different layers added to the combat to help add a little bit more depth. But generally speaking, the combat is identical. The biggest change and the most noticeable is obviously it's open world now. And Remake is a linear game. There are like one or two smaller towns you can explore a little bit in Remake, but that's about it. And Rebirth, it's just once you hit chapter 2, and I don't know if there's going to be other sections of the game that are linear. I assume maybe some will be, but once you hit chapter 2, the game just opens up and it becomes a full-blown open world game. And I think that is by far and away the biggest change that, it's like, what is the difference between Remake and Rebirth? One's linear, one's open world. In terms of combat, pretty much the same, with a couple of added new features. But I think the real question you should be asking is whether or not you want to play Remake first, because I can imagine somebody relatively easily picking up Rebirth and experiencing it based off of what I played so far for what it is and saying this game's great. But I just do think specifically, again, when it comes to the characters and the relationships between the characters, I definitely would recommend it for that alone, because to me that is one of the most important parts of Final Fantasy VII. Like from what I've experienced so far, the thing that really hooked me into Remake, of course, it was the gameplay, the world, all of that was amazing, but it really was the character development and the relationships, and yeah, these are some very memorable characters. So I would recommend to you, Disco Cobra, that if you are considering playing Rebirth, try to play Remake. But I don't want to be so discouraging. I don't want to sit here and say absolutely don't touch Rebirth if you haven't played Remake, because I know how people are. I'm that way too sometimes, where it's like, if it's play Rebirth and experience it or nothing, then obviously I would recommend Rebirth. I think you would enjoy it. It's a very fun game. But if you can, play Remake as well. We have Dreadful83 with a $5 super chat. Thank you for that, buddy. You're saying, if you play Final Fantasy VIII, it reminds me of that card game they have on there. That's funny you mentioned that. I think a while ago there were some channel members here that were definitely telling me like, bro, you got to play Final Fantasy VIII. And there were others saying like, nah, man, don't do it. You're not going to like the combat system, and it's too complicated and whatnot. And so it's really funny to me, Dreadful83, that you're saying this card game reminds you of Final Fantasy VIII. Or was it Final Fantasy IX? I don't even know anymore, man. Saying who the hell was telling him to play Final Fantasy VIII? So Dreadful, yeah, man. I'm assuming you're enjoying the card game as well. It's addicting, dude. I'm gonna have to like not play this card game as I continue playing the game regularly, because I'm just, it was 9. Okay, my bad. They were recommending Final Fantasy 9, not 8. Wait, hold on. Maybe I'm reading your super chat wrong, because Silent Spartan is saying both 8 and 9 had great card games. I'm sorry, Dreadful. I misread your super chat. You're saying it reminds you of that card game they have on there. That's interesting to me, man. For some reason, when playing Rebirth and playing this card game, I thought that this was the first time they did something like this. I didn't realize that they were like adding in these mini card games, for much earlier games in the series, like Final Fantasy 8 and 9. For some reason, Dreadful, I read your super chat as the card game that's in Rebirth is reminiscent of the combat system. So, interesting. I could see Queen's Blood becoming so successful, just like Gwent, that they have their own standalone like Final Fantasy card game. New debuff unlocked. Misread super chats. Gaming Survivor's always looking out for these new buffs and debuffs. I love it. We have Silent Spartan with a $5 super chat saying the level 4 QB player in the second region is so broken and OP. It took me 20 minutes to beat it, to beat with the starter deck. Be prepared for frustration. Interesting that you say that. Yeah, because I think I got to the highest I've gotten to is like level 3 so far, and it took me quite a few tries with the level 3. So yeah, all right. I appreciate the heads up, Silent Spartan. I'm gonna have to think about a new deck potentially. Well, I don't know that I have much left to say at this point in time about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I just wanted to make sure to talk to you guys extensively about it. As I've said before, I want to make a better effort to prioritize actually talking about games that I'm playing and that we're playing. And right now it is Rebirth. I am still playing Helldivers 2, but I did tell you guys that once Rebirth comes out, Helldivers 2 is probably going to take a bit of a backseat. Although I do plan to, again, still play it throughout the week. I just played a couple of rounds, a couple of games of Helldivers 2 last night. And so, yeah, what I will do going forward with Rebirth is I will continue to update you guys. Probably not every stream. I think that would be overkill. Not like I don't think I'm going to do like a FF7 Rebirth update every stream, but maybe every couple of streams. You know, every time I kind of hit a certain point in the game. But it is, you know, what makes it a little bit different this time and a little bit more difficult, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, is we're all going to be playing it at the same time. And I know that people are going to be very concerned about spoilers, so I'll have to think about it. Maybe we'll do like maybe in one of the upcoming streams I do in the next 2 or 3 weeks, I could do like a dedicated spoiler section that we open the stream with, where everybody's aware that, hey, if you're still playing FF7 Rebirth and you don't want anything spoiled, you know, you're going to want to tune out of this section. We'll see, though. But there you go. Those are my thoughts so far on Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. To sum it up, the game is amazing so far. It's not perfect. No game is. It definitely needs to, they definitely need to look into that performance mode. But other than that, it's pretty much exactly what I had hoped for. And I imagine I'm going to have a lot to say about this game once I finally do complete it. All right, so what we're going to do now is move on to the next topic in line here, which is definitely a concerning one, but something we do have to talk about, something we do have to address, and it has to do with a PlayStation studio that is running into some serious problems, reportedly. Really quick, though, we have B. Flesher saying, MBG, are you planning on talking about the Sweet Baby fallout that's happened this past week? I'm not planning on talking about that today. I will say that I have seen some, I have come across some things talking about it where I guess there's like, based off of my limited understanding, there is a little bit of a movement, I guess, happening right now, where certain aspects of this company are being quote unquote exposed, and I'm putting it in quotes because I haven't really looked into it. It's not surprising to me, though. I will tell you. We talked a little bit about Sweet Baby Inc. around the time Spider-Man 2 launched, and it seemed like Spider-Man 2 was potentially the catalyst for people becoming aware of this company called Sweet Baby Inc. Because I remember prior to Spider-Man 2, I didn't know what this company was. I didn't know who they were. but they had an involvement with so many different they've had an involvement with so many different games and game companies. And what people seemingly are frustrated with Sweet Baby Inc. is that it's too much virtue signaling, it's too much pandering, and it feels like it's just pushing a certain agenda that a lot of people don't want to see forcefully or unnecessarily inserted into the games that they want to enjoy. And to be clear, again, I haven't been following it that deeply. I've seen like videos pop up of people like breaking down all the things that Sweet Baby Inc. is doing for these games. And it's like, well, maybe at some point I'll get around to looking into it and educating myself more on the topic. But yeah, I have noticed that this is kind of becoming somewhat of a big thing. Who are they? It's like a consultation company, it seems like, that basically it's you know, slippery slopes here and whatnot, but essentially they act as a consultation company that makes themselves available to video game publishers and developers in order to here, before I'll just read it directly from their website, because I don't want to confuse anybody. This is on the Sweet Baby Inc. Website. Founded in 2018, Sweet Baby Inc. is a narrative development and consultation studio based in Montreal and working around the globe. Our mission is to tell better, more empathetic stories while diversifying and enriching the video games industry. We aim to make games more engaging, more fun, more meaningful, and more inclusive for everyone. So that is the mission statement of this company. Fred Vance says, MBG, for a quick breakdown, some of the founding members of Sweet Baby Inc. had another company that spun off Gamergate. Yeah, I think I saw something like that. At least I saw it in like a YouTube thumbnail, and the whole Gamergate situation. And it's to me, this stuff is just getting, well, it always has been annoying, but it just seems to be getting even more annoying, where I said I wasn't going to talk about this, but I guess I'll just riff on it a little bit here. It's just getting annoying because I've tried to explain this to people before, and I just wish that we collectively, like everybody, could get to a healthier place where the problem, in my opinion, with a company like this is it's not natural or organic. It is very, what this company is basically saying is, we're going to add diversity for you. We're going to make sure that you're doing the right amount of diversifying. And to me, that's like, well, that seems totally unnecessary. What if, maybe, just maybe, these video game development studios, they just do what is necessary to serve the actual plot of their game, what is necessary to serve the story that they want to tell, and let them add diversity, just let it come naturally. And I think that's the problem these days, is not enough of it is just coming organically. And when it is forced to a point where it's like, you know, you have companies where it's like, that's literally their job. Exactly. I think that's true that you're saying diversity doesn't make a game better regardless. And I'm not anti-diversity. I am pro-diversity, but it's just, I don't think this is the answer. You know, being like, well, you should do this and you should add that and you should add this too. It's like, or maybe like we just make it as diverse as it needs to be without overthinking it. I think like when when you think about, for example, strong female characters from the past, they existed. They definitely did. And do you know why they existed? Because somebody said, this is a cool character. They just happen to be a female. And that's why they exist. These days, it feels like it's the other way around, where it's like this character first and foremost has to be female. And then we'll think about ways that we can try to make them cool, but also progressive. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, just make a relatable character. Like, just make a good character. Who cares if they're female, male? Who cares what their skin color is, what their ethnicity is? Just make them, just write a good character and write a good story. That if you want to get people truly interested in different cultures and different, different ways of life, man, like, you're not going to do it by forcing people to look at it and say, check this out. You'll do it by just telling an interesting story, and people will naturally become inquisitive and be like, wow, that's super fascinating, or that's very different. I want to learn more. This is what I mean. It's easier said than done, but I just think I don't know, man. I just can't imagine doing something like that, where it's like, I have this story in mind that I want to tell. I have these characters in my head, and I want it to be this certain way. And then I write that story, and then I give it to a group of people who have an agenda, where their agenda is like, we're not here to focus on telling a good story. We're here to focus on just making sure your story is as diverse and inclusive as possible and as empathetic as possible. And it's like, that sounds like that's going to potentially change the story quite a bit, because that's not, you know what I mean? Like, that's not the agenda I had going into making and writing and creating this story. So, you know what I mean? It's like, why put it through that filter? I don't know, man. I think it's a slippery slope in general, where people are just so hyper fixated these days on things that it's not that they don't matter. It's that they're beginning to matter for the wrong reasons. And it gets so far away from the initial, like, what was this supposed to be about again? Wait, what was the message we were trying to send again? And it's like, great, you messed it up. Now it's all distorted. Now it's all messy, and now everybody's mad, and now people are fighting. That and to me, that's the way it's been too often these days. And I would just like to see that stop. I guess all I'm really trying to say here, guys, is there can be a healthy balance here. Here's an idea for Sweet Baby Inc. Sweet Baby Inc. I don't know the people who work there. I read the company's founding mission statement. Clearly, they're very passionate people that feel a very certain way. I got an idea. Why don't you write your own story? Right? Like, if you have so much to offer, truly, you have so much to offer, write your own story. And then find a development team that wants to make a game based off your story. They can't, and they won't, because it would fail. Do you know why it would fail? Because it turns out, this is where I get a little bit more heavy-handed in my opinion. Turns out that when it comes to stuff like this, companies like this, they don't these are not people who are passionate about storytelling. These are not people who are passionate about the art. They're passionate about politics. Truthfully, that's what they're passionate about. And that's why when they are involved with certain, game companies, it starts to bleed through. People can begin to detect that and pick up on it. And again, it just distorts. And I'm not, to be clear, I'm not saying politics shouldn't be in games. I know a lot of people have that stance. Look, the Metal Gear Solid games are my favorite of all time, and they're as political as they get. I actually can very much enjoy politics in games. What I don't enjoy is when they are injected into games where it's like, but why? Is this here exactly? Like, I didn't realize this was that type of game, or that this was a game that was trying to send that kind of message. You know, to where it's like when you play a game like Metal Gear, it's like, dude, how could you see a Metal Gear Solid trailer and not realize, holy shit, this has a lot of, like, this is trying to send a political message here. And yeah, you absolutely, like, they don't hide it. That's the thing. It's not like underhanded. It's, if you, in my opinion, if you want to send a political message, like if you want to incorporate a political message into your game, the last thing you should do is try to hide it. And here's the last thing I'll say, because you know what? Maybe I'm being too generous. I don't even know that it's that political at the end of the day, because to be fair, like, politics exist in so many different games, but usually in just a more straightforward and generalized way. When you look at a company like Sweet Baby Inc. and what they're bringing to the table, it is political, but it almost leans more so into it's like the social politics of it. You know what I mean? Like this, it's like the social aspect of it that you see propagated all over the internet. And it's just, it's almost like it feels, oh man. All right. So I'll say this last thing. It almost begins to feel like somehow the people who spend all their time on Twitter fighting these fake battles and wars against people who also want to engage in that, it's almost like they somehow found a way to go beyond Twitter and the internet and they're now somehow making their way into these stories that people are making and trying to create for these products that we want to interact with and engage with. And that to me is what's starting to get a little bit concerning, man, where it's like, you can't get away from Twitter because Twitter will find you, bro. They'll find you. Woke War 1. Yeah, that's what this will be remembered as. Woke War 1. Because look, man, I'm not trying to turn this conversation into something it doesn't have to be. You know, everybody has their own opinions, of course, when it comes to politics, when it comes to picking your side, so to speak, or which side you lean more towards. And I don't have any problem with that. I think it is important for people to decide, you know, what their core beliefs are, what aligns with them and what doesn't. But the one thing that I believe is becoming truly inescapable in not just media, but on the internet, and I think these two things are more closely intertwined than ever before, what is becoming inescapable is the extremism of it. And that is what is turning people off. It doesn't necessarily matter whether you're left-leaning or right-leaning. What matters is, how are you getting your message across? And that requires skill. That requires an ability to properly communicate with people, where the best way you can change somebody's mind is by making them come to that conclusion on their own. And the worst way you can change somebody's mind is by thinking you're going to just shove it in their face and tell them you're right and you're wrong. I'm right, you're wrong, so you should change to be right. Good luck with that. You'll never change anybody's mind that way. You'll create enemies that way. And that's exactly what we are seeing all around anymore. It's just people picking extreme ends, extreme opposite ends, yelling at each other that I'm right, you're wrong, and everybody, I would say normal person is just caught in between, left to feel like, well, whose side are you on? And it's like, why, what? It's like, what is going on? It's very sad. Well, anyway, there's a bit of a side topic there. Didn't necessarily have that listed as one of the things that I was planning on talking about, but how about we all leave the internet and live a peaceful life? Impossible. The only thing I can suggest to people, the only thing I truly feel comfortable suggesting to people is think for yourself. Educate yourself. Try to learn as much as you can. Not just about one thing, but about multiple things. And use your own mind to make a decision. Don't let somebody make that decision for you. Don't let somebody tell you that this is the only way. I don't believe that's good for anybody. Yeah, and that is incredibly ironic as well, actually. See, to me, I'm glad you mentioned this because before I move on, you're saying, and I think that's what makes Helldivers 2 so special, it's bringing people together. Do you know what the most ironic part of that is, actually? Is that Helldivers 2 is basically satire, where it is making fun of like colonization and democracy. It's basically making fun of like America to an extent, or making fun of the US. But people are embracing it. And I saw this one post on Twitter a couple of weeks ago where it was an account that it made this like little montage video of Helldivers 2 basically saying like, just remember, like, this is all a joke. This is actually not good. Like colonization is terrible. And basically trying to take Helldivers 2 and the satirical nature of it and apply it to what's actually going on in the world right now, with like Israel and Palestine and whatnot. And people were just rolling their eyes so hard because they're like, dude, come on. Like, it's just everybody's in on the joke, dude. Like, there's not a single person out there playing Helldivers 2, engaging with this game, that doesn't realize it's just for fun and it's a joke. It's not trying to send some type of it's not actually, like, Helldivers 2 is not actually pro-colonization. It's just for fun, man. And that's what I love about it. That is the greatest irony of Helldivers 2 is it is in a way taking these more serious topics and just kind of poking fun at them a little bit, but just trying to make it funny and comical. And people are absolutely like, yes, this is fucking funny as shit. Let's get in on the joke. And it's bringing people together. Like it's bringing people together, and it's allowing people to have fun, to make new friends, and I think it's a masterclass in a way of showing that, like, see what happens when you don't force stuff on people. See what happens when you just learn to loosen up and have a little bit of fun every now and again and make a couple jokes and, just focus on making a fun game. Most importantly, that's not trying to shove anything down your throat, but if anything, it's just making fun of something. People love that and they can get behind it. I mean, who is actually offended by Helldivers 2? I mean, really though, who would truly be offended by that? Like, what's the, like, really? If there's somebody out there that's offended by Helldivers 2, like, you got to wake up, man. It's just a joke. Like something's wrong at that point. And that's what's so ironic about it is you see so many entertainment products these days, so many video games these days where they're doing the opposite. They feel so self-important. They're on some kind of crusaders like, I have to send this message. It's my duty. I need to change the world. And it's like, guess what? You failed. You did nothing but just piss people off. You sent the wrong message because you're trying to you're trying to deliver something in a way that just nobody wants that. Nobody wants to hear that. People just want to have fun and laugh a little bit. And believe it or not, when people are having fun and laughing a little bit and feeling good, that's the easiest way for people to come together. And that's what makes people realize, like, man, we do have more in common than I thought. I find this funny. You find it too. I think this is fun. You think this is fun too. Before you know it, people are finding that they're, again, they have more in common than they would have ever realized. So let Helldivers 2 serve as a shining beacon of hope. Anyway, thank you for listening to my side quest there, my side topic. I do want to move on to the proper topic, though. That PS Gamer, you're asking, did I talk about Final Fantasy yet? Yes, I spent the first hour and a half of this stream talking about it. So you will have to, I think, come back and re-listen to it if you want to get my impressions on that. And before we move on, we got actually get some. Triz McGist is coming in, dropping another 5-bomb for you guys. Exley is keeping this membership train rolling today, and you love to see it. Exley, once again, my friend, thank you so much for showing such great support for not only my content and channel, but the community here as well, man. So
thank you. Appreciate it.
And Exley, I'm sorry, every time.
Say hello to democracy.
Every time now. Until I get the get some soundbite. So 35 members on the day. Thank you, guys. Actually says, no, thank you, good sir. Well, you're welcome, man. I'm glad you enjoy the content and the community, man. All right, so the next topic I have to go over with you guys is not necessarily good news for PlayStation, but important news, something that I do want to talk to you guys about. And it is a new report from Eurogamer that talks about PlayStation Studio Firesprite. The title of the article says, Sony Studio Firesprite has been shedding talent amidst accusations of toxic culture, staff say. Death by 1,000 cuts. So I'm going to read this article or this report to you and talk about what's going on with the studio and give my thoughts on it. Before I do that, though, we got Fred ADHD Vance coming in. He's following up Exley. He's dropping another 5 memberships for you guys. Fred, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. Fred wants to be my ADHD today. Good stuff, Fred. I'm going to give you, let's see. Which one should I do here? I almost just triggered a Metal Gear song. How about we do
thank you.
The basic thank you, but we'll do
I sacrificed everything for my
Jin Sakai. I haven't done Jin Sakai in a long time.
Do it again.
I love that one. And Fred, he drops another 5-bomb. Fred's getting this membership train. Exley and Fred are both getting this membership train going now. Fred drops basically a 10-bomb on you guys, and he just brought us up to 45 members on the day. So, guys, just a reminder to anybody who's getting gifted a membership, thanks to these community members here, we will be doing a members lounge. Fred's calling it an orbital membership. I love it. An orbital membership. Good stuff, man. So let me add that to the counter. Sitting at 45 members on the day. Let me, I try to wait a little bit before I actually add it to the counter. Because if I add it to the counter too soon, it actually negates showing who got gifted the membership. All right, so let's get into this report, guys. Sony acquired Studio Firesprite has recently suffered high-profile exits amid accusations of a toxic workplace culture. This is what Eurogamer has been told as part of an investigation into the studio begun ahead of the layoffs announced by Sony this week. The Liverpool-based developer released PlayStation VR launch title Horizon Call of the Mountain last year after being acquired by Sony in 2021. But the impact of crunch for that game's release and changes in the company's senior leadership have subsequently led to discontent within the studio, staff have told Eurogamer, something one source described as, quote, death by 1,000 cuts, end quote. Most concerning are reports from sources that 2 senior leaders from Sony support studio XDev brought in to help lead Firesprite have since been accused of sexual discrimination and ageism. A subsequent internal investigation by Sony is said to have resulted in the claims being dismissed as, quote, misunderstanding, end quote. Job cuts at Firesprite were announced earlier this week as part of mass layoffs across Sony Interactive Entertainment. Around 900 SIE employees, equating to about 8%, will lose their jobs, though it's unclear how many at Firesprite are impacted. Bloomberg reported that the studio's live service Twisted Metal project was canceled as a result of the job losses. So I just want to say real quick, this is something I didn't mention when it comes to the announcement, apparently, or not the announcement, but the report from Jason Schreier that the live service Twisted Metal game was canceled. It seems that the main driving factor for this cancellation was because they just don't have enough people, apparently, to continue working on the game. That seems to be what it was implying. I'm still going to just assume that the game just was not turning out good and had some serious problems. That's why it would be canceled. Because I feel like if you have to stop development of a game because of job losses, like if the game is coming together well, first off, why would there have to be job losses? And second off, you don't necessarily have to cancel it. Anyway, getting back to the article, it says Eurogamer understands the studio was also separately working on another high-profile game in a Sony franchise. Ahead of these layoffs, sources say an alarming number of employees had left the studio in recent months following a retention bonus payout in October designed to reward staff for remaining on the developer after the Sony acquisition for a further period of time. Really quick here, I also want to add this to what's going on at Firesprite. We've known for quite some time that Firesprite is working on Project Heartbreak. Project Heartbreak is a horror game, and I was under the impression that Project Heartbreak, this new horror game, was actually a new IP. And one of the things that Jason Schreier of Bloomberg with his report did confirm is that it's actually not a new IP. It's an established IP from I believe, a well-known Sony franchise or PlayStation franchise. Now, I have a question here. What could that be? What well-known Sony franchise would, again, the key words here being like well-known, well-established. Jay Shako, you're saying it's Siren. Yeah, I saw quite a few people thinking that well, it must be Siren coming back, right? Knack 3. I guess Knack 3 could be a horror game. But the problem with Siren is I wouldn't call that a well-known, well-established. Would you? Like, Siren is not the first game that comes to mind. Until Dawn 2. Oh, yeah. Interesting. Interesting. That would be strange. Because Sony's working with Ballistic Moon, former Supermassive game devs who made Until Dawn. But Firesprite would be doing Until Dawn 2? Siren is more well known in Japan. Well, I guess we're going to find out. I just thought that was very interesting because, again, I was under the impression that it was a new IP, but it's going to be a game in an established franchise. No, I don't think it would be something like that. Vex, you're saying maybe Demon Souls or a Bloodborne spinoff, but it's like a different type of game, like a more traditional horror type game. No way, dude. That would be fascinating. That would be a truly fascinating and shocking move, but no, I don't think we're going to get like a horror, like a survival horror Bloodborne game. But man, wouldn't that be sick? That would be sick. Well, I guess we will find out eventually. But I want to continue with this article here. Let me reread this last section. Ahead of the layoffs, sources say that an alarming number of employees had left the studio in recent months following a retention bonus payout in October, designed to reward staff for remaining on the development, at the developer, after the Sony acquisition for a further period of time. Public employee reviews of Fire Sprite on company review site Glassdoor describe horrendous studio heads who are way out of their depth and just care about their money, leading to a toxic bullying culture and culture of fear. One recent review takes a more sympathetic view, though, stating Fire Sprite's old way was disorganized and Sony has remolded the studio, which has ruffled many feathers. Eurogamer has spoken to a number of sources close to the company to understand the causes of this discontent, all of whom wished to remain anonymous for the sake of their careers. Others told us they did not wish to take part in this investigation for fear of reprisal. While some staff say they believed changes were needed at the studio after PlayStation's takeover, others suggested Sony's corporate view had altered company culture. The overall picture they painted was of a very different Fire Sprite to the studio that existed before the buyout. Sony has long held a close relationship with Fire Sprite, which was born from the ashes of PlayStation's shuttered Studio Liverpool. The studio developed PlayStation 4 exclusive The Playroom and its later expansion, and was also behind Little Big Planet spin-off Run Sackboy Run. After work on several other PlayStation VR projects, Fire Sprite's buyout by Sony did not spark surprise. The takeover, unknown to most staff until its public announcement, was met with cautious positivity, one source told Eurogamer. Many employees were PlayStation fans and were excited by the news, hoping for better job security, support, and other perks, while being mindful of the risk of new corporate processes not all would agree with. I think the majority of folks saw it as either an opportunity or I'll stick it out, a source said. However, multiple events led to major changes in leadership at Fire Sprite. This included the sad passing of an irreplaceable HR leader, leaving the studio's small HR team reportedly unable to deal with managing the studio's 300 staff, while also incorporating Sony's HR policies in the midst of the acquisition. All but one of the original Fire Sprite founders have now left the company over the past year. The last of what made Fire Sprite a good place to work went with them, one source told Eurogamer. Sources we spoke to remain unclear as to why the founders left, and there's talk of a domino effect. Internally, there has been speculation the founders were forced out by Sony rather than taking a voluntary exit, sources have said. The sudden departure of former studio head Graham Ankers in May, for instance, was described by one source as simply unbelievable, as based on recent all-company meetings, he appeared to be planning for the studio's long-term future. New leadership was subsequently brought in from Sony support Studio XDev, something one source described as classic nepotism. Staff we spoke to described the new bosses as either out of their depth or holding different values to Fire Sprite's original founders. One said, "It seems leadership doesn't need to be earned and trust is gone." Another source described them as an inadequate, toxic mess, tyrants and bullies who treat people like it's a factory. Eurogamer understands an internal investigation took place. Around 13 grievance complaints were submitted against two XDev leaders with regards to sexual discrimination and ageism. While sources say Sony dismissed these complaints as a misunderstanding, Eurogamer understands some of those involved explored legal options to take the matter further and have since received a financial payout from Sony. One former employee had a more positive take, stating, "I never witnessed anything other than professionalism from leaders and from leads and directors. Another said Sony had played political games and installed their mates in charge, but admitted the studio needed to change to avoid canceling projects. Had changes been made sooner, they said, they may have reconsidered leaving. As it was, sources agree the impact of the acquisition was twofold. In the short term, pressure mounted in the lead up to the release of Horizon Call of the Mountain. In the long term, sources say company culture has been shattered. The studio was said to be working on a number of projects ahead of the acquisition, which were then consolidated, putting pressure on project leaders. Staff were moved to other projects they had no interest in, some sources said, while support from middle management unraveled as Sony leadership focused on more pressing issues. A push to hire specific talent prompted roles to be invented to hire specific people, sources say. I'm gonna reread that last line. A push to hire specific talent prompted roles to be invented to hire specific people, only for this effort to be scuppered by a hiring freeze from Sony. Sony has committed the worst possible mistake in buying a studio and meddling to the point where it may end up in a death spiral and unable to complete any of the projects it is working on, said one source. On Horizon specifically, sources say there was also pressure from Horizon Zero Dawn creator Guerrilla, which was unsurprisingly protective of its franchise and characters being used by another studio. The heat was on Firesprite to make Call of the Mountain a high-quality PSVR 2 system seller and meet its fixed date as a launch title. Once it moved from development on PS4 to PS5, the project's team doubled in 3 months, but this changed its dynamic, and sources say it was difficult to integrate newcomers. There was a lot of pressure on the team, not only to deliver a game, but switch platforms and systems, onboard new people. The scope wasn't going to change, the quality wasn't going to change, and the end date wasn't going to change, said a source. As a result, Horizon suffered crunch to hit its release date, though one source described staff naturally crunching despite being told not to. I want to emphasize that again, because this is... I'm telling you, man, like, this is how it goes. One source described staff as naturally crunching despite being told not to. In other words, wanting to do a good job. Just, pushing themselves to do a good job. Meanwhile, other projects failed to progress as a result, leaving staff frustrated. Firesprite employees say the company was previously known for its culture of positivity, but sources allege this has not been upheld to the same degree by Sony, and its newly installed company leadership has not demonstrated those same values. Former staff say big creative decisions were dumped on teams in an unsympathetic manner with a, quote, just do your job attitude. See, there's a reason I'm reading this whole thing, because that to me that speaks volumes about, and I'm not trying to come off as unsympathetic. Don't get me wrong. Like, there are problems here we're going to talk about, but the idea that somebody would complain about their boss telling them just do your job, that tells me a lot about the overall culture of a company and people who are working for this company, where if you get offended and upset by being told to do your job, you need to reevaluate in my opinion, like, your company's culture, because there's nothing offensive or wrong about that. That is what you are there being paid to do. That is what you signed up for. That is why you were hired. I just think that's, I don't know. That was just strange to me. But the article continues here. We're almost at the end. It says here, the complaints mounted. Sources say that Firesprite's corporate line remained, that there were no issues despite redundancies and staff leaving, with leadership repeatedly claiming everything was fine. Firesprite seems to value protecting its public appearance over the concerns of the team that remain there, one source said. Others had a more positive experience, citing the new management's strong push for inclusivity, with people from a wider range of backgrounds, ethnicities, and gender identities being valued and working together. Another source said it's really hard to capture the nuance of the situation, but added it was coming to work every day and feeling like you're tired when you get up. It's not just burnout, it's stress, it's people feeling unsupported. Staff performance reviews lined up with the end of the Horizon project, but due to so many staff leaving, many of those remaining were left without reviews or salary adjustments from line managers. One source described having to give a performance review to someone they hadn't managed without feedback from a previous manager or direction from HR. That's bad management, they said. Another source left Firesprite feeling disillusioned and frustrated, describing the studio as a sinking ship. For the future, then, sources suggest leadership revisit the studio's principles, listen to its staff, and decide what the culture will be. Further, Firesprite should seek fresh ways of thinking and leading from outside of Sony. The industry is really hurting right now, a source said, relating Firesprite's situation to layoffs across the wider industry, and how this may impact the long-term reputation of both the studio and PlayStation staff. There are lots of losses, but this stuff comes around. People have long memories about where they've had bad experiences, and those long memories mean that there will be people who say, I don't want to go back to work at Firesprite, or even I don't want to work at Sony. Chasing money all the time over careers and games that people have worked on, and striking a better balance there, especially when they see companies making huge amounts of money, but yet making massive redundancies. I think it's about being open and transparent and supportive, listening when people are waving the flag and saying something's wrong. So that is the entire article, and it was quite a bit to take in. And PS Gamer, give me just a moment here. I will read your super chats. To me, this sounds like, I'll tell you exactly what this sounds like to me. It sounds like Firesprite, because they were independent for so long, had established their own culture, their own identity, and their own way of doing things. And when Sony purchased them and acquired them, Sony basically was like, well, we own you now, and we're going to integrate you, and we're going to run you the way that we run all of our studios. And you're going to get, we're going to get you up to speed. You're going to have to, get on board with that. And it just seems like the studio basically fell apart because they just were like, no, we can't or we won't. Now, the most concerning thing is when it comes to sexual discrimination and ageism. Sony claims that was a misunderstanding. Then I guess I don't know how, they didn't say how many people it was. I guess it was like 1, 2, maybe 3 people. They decided like, we're going to take legal action. And Sony was like, can we settle this outside of that? And they did. And so basically the people who complained about sexual discrimination and ageism got a bunch of money and left. So there is definitely concern there where it's like, those accusations have to be taken very seriously. But I know that's the thing, man, is like, you do always wonder, like, was it really that bad though? Like, I try to see both sides of this where it's like, there are people who will obviously turn something into something it's not if they feel that they can get money out of it, But then again, Sony also, if Sony was willing to pay them, then it also confirms that they may have had a case. You know what I mean? And it's like, yeah, it's concerning either way. It's all suspicious, but it's water under the bridge at this point. However, what's not water under the bridge is this problem that Firesprite is having, where the employees sound, not all of them, but the ones who were in contact with Eurogamer, they're basically just saying like, the ship's sinking over here. And it seems like this. Here's what's weird to me and most fascinating. And by the way, I do see really quick, I see the request for Boss I'm going to bring him in a little bit later. He was sleeping out there again. So I can't find his snacks, though, unfortunately. I don't know what happened to them. Like, they just disappeared from my room. Maybe he took them. But I'll bring him in before the end of the stream. Just remind me. My whole thing with this is the strangest part to me of this Eurogamer article and the sources that they're talking to is it seems pretty split. And I think like when we see reports like this, like it's just assumed like it's nightmare situation. Everything's on fire. Everyone's unhappy. It's all going downhill. But when you read the entirety of this article, Eurogamer basically comes back. Like it seems like the studio itself is divided. Where on one hand, there are studios or there are developers of the studio basically saying like this was kind of needed. Like we needed this. And Sony knows what they're doing. And it's going to be rough, but it's necessary. And on the other hand, it sounds like people basically throwing a tantrum. I'm sorry. Like, I don't mean to sound so cold, but it's like, what has your studio produced? My question more than anything is, what did Sony see here? Would Fire Sprite survive? Would they have survived in the long run without Sony? I don't know, but it just seems like there was another part of this article where it says that developers had to crunch on Horizon Call of the Mountain, but then it followed it up by saying, and it was described as natural crunch, as in they just want to do a good job and meet the deadlines and succeed. And I'm telling you, man, like my general feeling with this article is I get this sense that Sony basically acquired a studio that was out of its, like they say that's, look, and I'm not trying to defend Sony because for all I know, maybe these ex-dev leaders that they put to kind of help sort out Fire Sprite, maybe they were horrible, right? Again, like these accusations are relatively serious. Well, they are serious, but relative to the rest of what people were saying, there were people saying that they were professional and they were, they were treating it like a factory or whatever. Here's the sense that I get. Sony basically got a couple of their ex-dev managers and said, here's your job. You need to go to Fire Sprite and sort that shit out. You need to manage them and get them in line. And the studio, that being Fire Sprite, is so not used to that they're like, what's going, like they were too used to doing things a certain way for so long that it was just never going to happen. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, I think Sony made a bad purchase. That's what I'm trying to say. I think Sony, they have a certain culture, a certain way of doing things with their studios. It's not all perfect. It's not all roses and sunshine. There are problems. We've heard about this in the past where it can get a little bit toxic. The crunch can become a little bit out of hand. And Sony's had to work to try to mitigate this. But we do know that Sony and their studios and the people who work at their studios are conditioned where it's like the standard is high. The expectation is high. And that's just how we operate. And when I think about Fire Sprite, and I think, again, what did Sony see that made them say, we want to acquire them? They made the Persistence. The Persistence is like a PSVR 1 game that was like mid. Truthfully, like based off of everything I've seen about it and have heard about it. It's an okay game. And I'm just like, I'm almost thinking like, did Sony, again, this was an acquisition that was made under Jim Ryan. Did they just see the numbers? This is a large studio. They have past history with Sony. and we can task them with making these different games and these different projects. But they didn't really stop to ask, you know, are they like, but what about the talent factor? What about the culture factor? You know, like, are they going to be able to properly integrate? I mean, maybe these are all, I'm going to, I'm going to be totally honest with you guys. I'm beginning to think that the two biggest mistakes that Jim Ryan made while being a CEO of PlayStation is, number one, being too aggressive with the live service, and number two, not thinking some of these acquisitions through, or just flat out making a huge mistake with some of these acquisitions. Because think about it. First, it's Bungie, and we see that, like, when we hear what's going on with Bungie, they missed their revenue projections by 45%. That's nearly 50%. That's enough to sink a studio. What the fuck was Sony looking at when they purchased them? Like, did they not look at the numbers? Did they not do their due diligence? Was it truly a panic purchase? Now Bungie is a problem that Sony has to deal with. Now we're getting this report on Firesprite where it's like, Firesprite, it's just sounding like they just are not able to function as a PlayStation studio. There is a standard, there is an expectation. Sony does things differently, and Sony, let's be honest, at this point, it's safe to say, Sony is not the type of company that when they acquire a studio, they're going to say, just do your thing. Like, no, Sony is planning to, okay, like, you're part of Sony now, you're part of PlayStation Studios, here's how we're going to run the ship. And I don't feel sorry for the studios either, because that's what you're agreeing to when you are agreeing to be purchased. Whether that's the best way for Sony to handle it or not, it's hard to say. It's hard to say. But what I do know is that Sony has done a pretty good job, I would say, with their internal studios and their partner studios. And so, again, man, like, I just don't know what what was the end game supposed to be for Firesprite? What is the end game? Because Firesprite's still there. It's like, what is the end game? Because if the end game is we're going to mold them into being, you know, like a diamond level studio, but right now they're a diamond in the rough, and we got to, you know, sort that out. We got to bring the best out of them. I don't know. Like, it just seems like it's working in the total opposite direction here. But I will say this too, because I know it sounds like I'm like defending Sony here. And the truth is, there's nothing to defend, because this is all hearsay. Like, this is all rumor. I don't know. As a consumer from the outside looking in, I question Firesprite. I question, why haven't they produced anything? What is the studio culture? Was it necessary for Sony to try to completely change it? But on the other side of it, I do understand Sony is a corporation. They can be cold, they can be cutthroat, they can be calculated. That is their job, right? They're running a corporation whose bottom line is we got to be profitable. And I do want to also keep in mind that, you know, look, I'm not saying that Sony couldn't be the bad guy here. They could be, absolutely. And again, some of the shit we're hearing is like, what the hell is going on? But the only thing that sticks out in my mind here is that Sony, they have an established family of studios, and they have been running some of these studios for a very long time. And they've, not all of them, not 100% consistency, but the consistency rate and the production rate has been very high. It's been very good, mostly. And so when I hear stuff like this, the way I start to view it is like, it just sounds like Firesprite isn't going to make the cut, man. where it's like, you guys either need to get your shit in order to produce results, like do your job, produce results, make great games, because that's why we bought you and that's what you should want to do because you're a video game studio, or there's just nothing. We're going to have no choice but to start reducing you guys. And I'm telling you, don't be shocked. Don't be shocked if in the coming years we find out that some of these studios Sony bought are total duds. Just like we will look back and be like, holy shit, they really were panic purchases. Firesprite was a panic purchase. Bungie was a panic purchase. Big ass studios that they just, it's like Bungie is more understandable. Bungie, I can kind of say, oh, they made Halo, they made Destiny. Right? Like, you can't go wrong. And then it's like, or maybe you did. Jake Skew 27 dropping another membership gift, bringing us up to 46 members on the day. Sorry, I accidentally bumped that up to 47, but sitting at 46, Jake Skew, thank you so much for that, man.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good stuff. I guess what I'm just trying to say, and PS Gamer and Fred, I'm about to read your replies here. I guess all I'm trying to say is if this is what Sony was doing and how they were operating, like, man, Sony is bad at managing their studios. Sony creates terrible environments and whatnot. Like, if that truly was how they were doing this, then wouldn't we like see all of their studios like collapsing from the inside out? Wouldn't we see just an erosion? Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not saying it's perfect and it's all sunshine and rainbows, but wouldn't we see like that's just something totally wrong that would eventually it just collapse within itself? You're saying that's why Totoki is there to fix Jim's shit. Yeah, it seems like it. And we got Jake Skew dropping a second membership gift. And then Laurent comes in and drops a gift as well.
Thank
They're
you.
keeping the membership train going strong. We're so close to 50, guys. So we're actually at 48. I know it says we're at 47. So I'm only going to add one. It's because I accidentally added an extra for the first time that Jake Skew gifted. But thank you guys so much. We're almost at 50 members. Very close to crushing a second goal. PS Gamer, you have 2 super chats here, 2 $10 super chats, so thank you for that, bud. Oh, hold on. Don't worry, PS Gamer, I'm going to give you your time. But we got Hellbound 1981. Hellbound's doing it. He wants to see us get it over the line. Hellbound drops another membership gift, and then Exley gets some Trismegistus, takes it home, and drops another 5-bomb, going well beyond the 50 point.
Holy
We did it. I'm going to have to do some reps for you guys at the end of this stream. We hit the 50 mark. We hit the 75 mark. I'll do even more reps. We hit 200 members. I'll do a full workout session at the I'm just kidding. Well, I mean, I don't know, maybe one day, but I'm going to have to give you guys some reps at the end of the stream. So Exley, Hellbound, Laurent, Jake Skew, thank you guys so much. We are now sitting at 54 members on the day. Actually, no, we're sitting at 55 members because Jake Skew is keeping it going. Jake Skew 27 drops another gift. Boom. 55. Let me update this goal. PS Gamer, thank you so much for being patient, man. I just want to make sure I can give your super chats the time and attention without... Oh. Why is this not working? There we go. All right. So we're sitting at 55 members. You guys are absolutely crushing it today. Again, thank you so much for all the support, guys. PS Gamer with 2 $10 super chats. He says, MBG finally got the portal on Friday. Amazing device. Where are you guys getting these portals from, man? Amazing device. I'm using it to play at night before sleeping, and now I'm spending more time playing. It's doing what it's... You're saying it's doing what it's supposed to do. Really in love with the device. I got the Pulse Elite on Friday too, and I'm blown away by the quality with the headset for $150. Helldivers 2 and Rebirth sound way better with the headset. Sony really mastering the hardware. Can't wait for the Pro. So when it comes to the PS Portal, PS Gamer, you're the second person today, literally the second person, letting me know that you finally acquired a PlayStation Portal, and you're saying you're really enjoying it. Who was it earlier that said it was Eric from 850. He said he was on a business trip enjoying the Portal, and you're saying you're using it at night. I've seen a lot of people say that when they acquired the PlayStation Portal, their acquisition. I've officially acquired the PlayStation Portal. I have to call it that because of how difficult it is to actually get your hands on one. A lot of people have said that they use it in bed, like they just use it to just chill. And that is, I will say that's probably the most basic and simple use case, but also probably the most appealing one where, it is just different when you're able to just chill. I don't know, sometimes for me, I notice like I have trouble sleeping at night for whatever reason. Maybe I had too much caffeine that day. So it's like, I don't really want to get out of bed and just, risk waking myself up further, but I also just don't want to sit there staring at the ceiling and, just losing my mind. So I can imagine having the Portal there could probably help with that quite a bit. But I can speak to the Pulse Elites. You're saying that you're blown away by the quality for $150. I am too, man. I've been using the Pulse Elites like every night, and I've been playing specifically Helldivers 2 with them as well, and I'm gonna use them for Final Fantasy. But man, let me tell you, I do have a soundbar that I play with, and the soundbar is pretty nice. But when you're wearing these headphones, when you're wearing this headset, I didn't realize how many sounds I wasn't hearing, dude. Like not only is the sound quality just superb, but it's just shocking to me how it's like, wow, I didn't even know half these sounds existed in Helldivers 2, where it really does change, I would say, how immersed you feel in the game. Because yeah, I'm glad I picked them up, man. They're absolutely worth the $150. Saying they cooking, yeah, they did something. Yeah, dude, it is quite surprising how much better the Pulse Elites sound from the Pulse 3D. I mean, the Pulse 3D sound good, but yeah, Sony really upped their game with the Pulse Elite. So I'm happy to hear that you're enjoying them, man. I am too. Saying the best 3D sound was in Returnal. Yeah, true. Returnal had amazing 3D sound, 3D audio. You're saying you think the Pulse Elite was originally the InZone H7 with more PlayStation prioritization features? Yeah, I haven't tried the InZones yet, though. I haven't tried the InZone headsets, but I've heard they're pretty good. Yeah, it'll be very interesting when Sony reveals the PS5 Pro. That's going to be a very interesting day. Fred, you're saying you have the H9. Do you have the Pulse Elites as well? So have you like compared the two directly? How come I don't voice chat in Helldivers 2? It's usually because I'm in a party. But I don't know, man. I'm not used to it. I'm not, dude. I'm not used to voice chatting with like my members, or even like before I added any of my members, just voice chatting with randos. I've never been that person. I have a hard time with it. But as long as we're playing, bro, like as long as we're spreading democracy, I'm content with that. I can't hear you guys, bro. Like I can't. I need to keep it on this level. I have to keep it on a level of I see a profile picture, I see a name, and I read the text, and I create this image in my head of who you are, and it's probably insanely inaccurate, but I can't have that image shattered. I'm just kidding, of course. Although that is kind of how it goes a little bit. It makes me panic. No, it's not that serious, but usually it's because I'm in a party. I don't like the chat like that, guys. Whoa, now. Hold on. That's funny. I wasn't used to it, but I am now. Surely you want to hear the great Exley Trismegistus voice, LOL. Dude, it's so, like, it's one of these things where it's like, I'm telling you, man, I have, like, a voice in my head that I imagine with some of you guys. That, like, this is how I imagine you sounding. I don't know. Maybe that'll get shattered one day. We'll see. You had it, yeah. See, that's so funny. You're saying you had an image of me before the face reveal. I'll never forget that, man. That was so fascinating to me. Where when I did the face reveal, what do I sound like to you, Fred? I think I did hear your voice though. Fred, what was your name on If I'm not mistaken, I think we played a match together and I did hear your voice, and I think you sound a little bit Southern, right? Unless that's somebody else and I'm getting confused. Because you guys have different names on PlayStation than you do. Yeah, Creator of Dominant. Am I correct? You have a little bit of a Southern accent. There was another person I was playing with, and I was laughing my ass off because I could hear them talking. It was I think it was Matt York, and I forget who the other guy was, but one of you guys is really super Canadian, and you guys were having like a conversation. It's kind of funny just like listening in. Like I almost prefer to just listen in. It's like like the roles are reversed. Like I'm listening to you guys have some kind of like little podcast stream yourself. It was yourself and Tay. That's funny. Kentucky Pride, yes. Okay, yeah. Good stuff, man. You're Canadian. That's good stuff. Yeah, I mean, dude, one thing, again, as we mentioned earlier, you got to give Helldivers a lot of credit for is it's just bringing people together in different ways. You love to see it. Capono, you're saying you're from Texas. You talk slow. Do I talk fast or slow? Don't cross the streams. I've had people tell me that I talk too fast. I've had people tell me that I talk too slow. I feel like as I'm getting older, I feel like I have to talk slower. You think I talk normal? Okay. Regular speed? Oh, well, that's okay. That's good. I will say as I get older, maybe my brain's slowing down a little bit. I do feel like I have to consciously slow down because I notice I like stutter a little bit more or I misspeak more as I just try to speak quicker, I guess. When I rant, I speed up. Yeah, that makes sense. Old MBG talk faster. Exactly. Or I guess you could say young MBG talk faster. Dude, I don't know. I rarely ever do this, but on rare occasion when I go back and listen to very old videos of mine, so I don't know. Sometimes I sound so different. Like when we reacted to that Crackdown 3 video that everybody loves, I sounded like, dude, I did not understand when I made that video. And I guess this kind of applies to a lot of my older videos. I was not aware of how much emotion was actually coming through. I talk like I'm from Jersey. You sounded way less confident. You think so? Yeah, I mean, that would make sense. I just remember listening back to that and thinking, oh my God, dude, I sound morbidly, genuinely depressed. Like that's not like it was concerning. Like what did this game do to me, bro? Good times though. Yeah, that was a long time ago. So, dude, somebody said I need to do a remake of my Crackdown 3 video. Oh, and you know what? I can't believe I didn't mention this earlier. I did create a second channel, by the way. You would think I would make sure that's a priority announcement for, the first 2 hours of my stream. I did make a second channel. I called it a very, very creative name, MBG Plus. Yes, I know, very creative. But yes, I have to make sure. I don't think it's featured yet on my main channel. It should be featured soon. But go subscribe to MBG Plus. I have one video uploaded there. That's going to basically be where clips of my streams and some shorts live. But yeah, I know some of you guys are already subscribed over there. I think maybe I didn't properly communicate in my video announcing it. I did not properly communicate what exactly it's going to be. And to be fair, it's because I'm trying to figure out exactly what I want it to be. Here's the thing. And this is just, a little bit of inside baseball for my channel here, but maybe you guys will be interested in hearing this. The thing I can't quite figure out is like, I make news videos on this channel, but I also stream on this channel. This channel is now established. Like, this is the streaming channel because we have the memberships here. We have the members lounges. Like, I can't uproot what I've established stream-wise on this channel and transplant it to another. It would fall apart. But I also have, we have over 99,000 subscribers here. So many people who subscribe to this channel subscribed for those news videos. So I feel like deep down it would make more sense for me to make a separate channel just for the news videos with no streams. It's just videos, just PlayStation news videos. I feel like deep down that makes more sense because it's like I'm separating the streaming stuff from the news video stuff. But at the same time, like, the people who, I have basically two different audiences on this one channel with a lot of overlap. So what I've decided on for now, and I have to emphasize for now because it could change in the future, is the second channel, MBG Plus, is going to be where, clips exist, where there will be just certain portions of my streams that will be clipped out, slightly edited, and basically put in a video format, and shorts will also live over there as well. Maybe I'll upload some shorts on this channel as well. You're saying full reviews on it. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I think people were under the impression when I made the second channel that it was going to be like a totally different form of content. But in reality, it's like, no, the more established content is going to come here. And that's the thing. A lot of people are asking me to do reviews. You guys have been asking me to do reviews for a long time. I'll think about it. Maybe that is where reviews could exist. Like, for example, I was thinking maybe I could cut out the section of this stream where I just talk about my Final Fantasy VII impressions and edit it a bit and make it, just a video that's just that. But yeah, the reason why reviews are tough for me anymore is because it's a matter of motivation, truthfully. It's a matter of, by the time I'm ready to review something, I feel like I'm so late with it that, and I'm already like moved on playing something else, and I feel like everybody else moved on. But then again, maybe I'm looking at it the wrong way, where that maybe that could be an advantage if I do very late reviews, Helldivers 2 review. Yeah. I'll think about it. I mean, there are many different directions this new channel could go into, or what it could evolve into. But for now, I just wanted to keep it simple. We need a 24/7 boss stream. For now, I'm going to keep it simple. So if you're interested in kind of like getting clips from the streams or shorts, go subscribe to MBG Plus. But in the future, depending on how things evolve or don't, it's hard to say, but it could change. You're saying, yes, do that MBG cut up segments. It's super appealing to people who can't watch the whole streams. Just make sure the clips are entirely focused on that clip. Yeah, that's why I say, like, there will still have to be editing involved. Like, you know, if there's like a super chat in the middle of the topic where I go on like a 10-minute rant about something that has nothing to do with the topic, like that would have to be cut out in order to, you know, keep it focused. But Titus, you're saying it's a shame about The Last of Us Online. I think you were going to cover that. Yeah, I definitely was. Fred Vance, sorry I missed your milestone chat here. You're saying this could be a situation. So getting back to the topic of, you know, Fire Sprite, PlayStation Studio having a lot of issues. You're saying this could be a situation that Hiroki saw bloat happening and said to crack down on it or else, but who knows? Yeah, dude, I have no doubt in my mind that Hiroki Totoki is like furious with Jim Ryan for both Bungie and Fire Sprite. You know? Again, you have to wonder how much of this was Herman Holst. I don't know. But Hiroki is here to cut the bloat, trim the fat, so to speak. But I'm going to give my final thoughts on this topic before I move on to the next one. And it is that if there's something we do need to establish, and I think has already been established throughout PlayStation's history, but maybe is worth reiterating now, is PlayStation Studios are not perfect. When it's good, right? When they're firing on all cylinders and they're putting out masterpiece games and we're all just totally enthralled with what they're delivering, it's easy to assume that, man, they're perfect, right? Or they're unstoppable and nothing can stop this. And, you know, it's easy to kind of fall in that lane. But the truth is, PlayStation Studios as a whole, they are not perfect, and there will be mismanagement. There is mismanagement. There are potentially sometimes serious problems, and it's just the nature of the beast. It's not exclusive to PlayStation. It's not exclusive to Sony. This is the way the industry works, and I think that seeing what happened with Bungie after Sony acquired them, seeing what's happening with Fire Sprite, it just goes to show that, like, it's not always going to be perfect. You're saying it is weird that there's no bad news from Ben, Sucker Punch, Housemarque, Gorilla, and Santa Monica. Well, to be fair, it's like these studios have had their own moments of turmoil as well, right? Where like with Housemarque, it is worth noting that the creative director did leave last year. Now, granted, it seemed like he may have just left for his own reasons, and he emphasized that, like, there's no problems at the studios and like they're still working on their next game and he thinks it's going to be great. But like Bend Studio, for example, they did have some serious issues after the release of Days Gone. You know, there was almost like an internal civil war, like higher management. You know, there were people that ended up leaving, and it was problematic. You know, it definitely delayed the speed at which they got working on their next project, but they sorted it out, you know, and like things, you know, to me, it's just like anything else, man. Like even the most well-oiled of machines sometimes run into problems or even break down, and they need to be repaired, and they need, you know what I mean? They need to be maintained. And I imagine that studios are the exact same way. And sometimes, unfortunately, like a studio can break down, you know, as they call it, like can get into a death spiral. We will see what happens with Fire Sprite. I don't want to see Fire Sprite, you know, be a studio that ends up just collapsing in on itself. I don't want to find out that Sony's the reason for that. I don't want to find out that Fire Sprite's own internal culture is the reason for that. I want them to just figure it out. You know, I want them to just be able to run the studio in the best possible way to produce some games to not only keep the studio going, but so that, you know, they can be a good, healthy member of the PlayStation Studios family. That's what I hope for. Yeah, that's true, Fred. You can oil the machine, but if the gears are bad, nothing spins. That's true. That's true. Well said. MBG, check out the Glassdoor reviews on Firesprite, for Firesprite. They're over 6 months old at this point, and they call out these issues where there's smoke, there's fire 100%. No, I agree. Again, here's what's fascinating to me is that, it is the fact that there are seemingly people internally at Firesprite that are like, this is a good thing. But others are like, no, this is horrible. Like, our culture is totally changing. And here's what I think is the future of Firesprite. So maybe this will help, you know, help me convey my conclusive thoughts here for now. I think the future of Firesprite is, you're saying I sound like Sony executives? Well, maybe, yeah. I guess it's easier for me to side with that in this instance, just because it's like, maybe it's my understanding of what the culture is. Like, here's what I don't quite understand about this report, right? Where it's like, oh, one source said that, you know, Firesprite had a culture of optimism. And ever since Sony took over, it's just more like, you know, get the job done and do your job. And it's like, I just start to get the sense that it's like, is this one of those situations where like people are basically just being giant babies about things? Like, not like they're not being adults, where it's like, don't get me wrong, we do need to treat people like human beings and not machines, because we are not machines. But I just get this sense sometimes that the working world, and I get it, you know, I'm here streaming, so it's like, who am I to say? I understand. But I've worked jobs, trust me, like I know what the working world is like, and I know that it can be too cold, it can be too uncaring, and it can be too robotic. Trust me, I know that. And I'm not encouraging that. But I just don't understand how, like, if it was that bad, why are there so many other sources talking to Eurogamer basically saying that, you know, this is needed? Like, our studio was, you know, needed this, and this is you know, we were crunching naturally because we, you know what I mean? It just sounds to me like there's basically a bit of a divide where on one hand, there are people who don't, I'm beginning to think that there are just some people involved in the gaming industry where it's like, if you're going to try to operate at a higher level, there's like some sacrifices are going to have to be made. That's just how this works. That is not a rule I made, or that Sony made, or that anybody made. That is just the law of nature, dude. Like, if you want to operate at a higher level, it's going to require more of you. And it's going to require more sacrifice. And that sacrifice might come in the form of, guess what? We can't just walk around high-fiving each other, constantly being optimistic, because the shit's hitting the fan. And we need to get fucking serious. It might come in the form of, you know, we need to fucking crunch a bit. Like, we're at the finish, like we're right there at the finish line, and we got shit leaking out all over here. We got to get it, you know, where it needs to be. And we're going to do that because we believe in this. We want to release the best product. To me, I always kind of use the analogy of like, it's like joining a championship sports team, you know? And I know that it is different. Again, there is a dehumanized portion of the corporate world. I understand that, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the teams, right? Where it's like, if you were drafted or picked to play on a championship team, I feel like you'd have to be nuts to think that it's not going to be super intense and demanding. And in a way, almost like, think about it. It's almost like you do have to be a machine, right? If you want to operate at the highest level, you do have to like get to a point where I got to remove a certain amount of emotion, because this is just work, practice, achieve. You know what I mean? It can be driven by emotion, but it again, man, when you talk about the shift in culture, I mean, right now in the video game industry, people are being laid off all over the place. And people are acting just totally shocked. Like, oh my God, this is insane. Like, I can't believe this is happening. It's like, well, really? Because something that has been made pretty clear in the past couple of years, pretty much since COVID, is that, yeah, it's not just exclusive to the video game industry either, is that overhiring is a serious problem. And here's the thing about overhiring. At some point along the way, people just started getting jobs where they just do nothing. Like, they're just being paid to just show up, drink coffee, and pretty much do nothing. And it's like, this was easy to do. And this, like, you have to ask yourself, well, like, how does that happen? Like, why would that happen? It's easy for that to happen when the money is flowing and when the money's good, right? It's easy to overhire, to, you know, change the corporate culture or change the culture of a studio and like, yeah, everything's sunshine and rainbows, high fives, the things are good. But it's like, you know, this is reality, unfortunately, kicking in, where I think people just need to wake up and fucking realize that this shit happens, man. And I'm not necessarily an advocate for it, because I've said over and over again that, like, it fucking sucks to see that the people at the bottom have to be the ones to suffer and pay the ultimate consequence of, sorry, you're on your own. Bye. And the people at the top, you know, it's like, what's your salary look like? You know what I mean? And it's like, but that's just the way it is, man, where it's like, I don't know what see, it's easy to be angry at somebody. You know what I mean? It's easy to be, look at your salary, bro. Why don't, you know, like, you're greedy, but I'm not that person. I don't know what that person did to get in that position. I have no idea. So it's like, I don't know. I think it's dangerous to assume that the people who are in these higher positions making the most money, I do believe it is potentially dangerous to assume that, like, oh, they don't really do anything, or they don't do anything to justify that money. It's like, okay, well, if you can do a better job, then why don't you do it? See, here's the problem, I think. I think it's that everybody understands that none of this shit is easy. Whether you're working at the bottom, whether you're working in the middle, or whether you're working at the top, none of it's easy. Maybe some aspects of it are easier than others, but generally speaking, it all requires hard work. Just different types of hard work. But I think the problem really lies in the fact that if you make it to the higher positions, if you get those promotions and you become an executive, you know, a higher executive position, you're just as much at risk of losing your job as anybody else. Because if you fuck up and you don't do your job, you'll be gone too. But the difference between that person and the person at the bottom, or even in the middle, is like, the person at the top is good. They don't have to worry. They made their money. The person at the bottom, however, and again, this is when you look at the developers, it's like these are the people making the products, making the games. It's not so clear cut for them. And in some cases, it can be like devastating where it's like, I don't really have anything to fall back on. And so I do certainly sympathize and empathize with that. It's just at the same time, though, like I am not on the ground level there. I'm not a developer. I'm not making games. I'm just on the outside looking in. And I'm not just looking in on that one aspect. I'm trying to see it holistically. And something that has just become very clear to me, and frankly, this should be clear to everybody by this point, is like you gotta be like people have to be responsible for their own decision making, dude. Like you have to be able to hold yourself accountable for your own decisions. Where I know no one wants to hear this shit. But unfortunately, somebody's got to say it, because if somebody doesn't say this, you're just going to spin your fucking wheels, man. And it's like, you got to just accept that, like, you took that job, you knew the risks, and this is a part of it. I know no one wants to hear that, but that's the bitter pill that everybody is forced to swallow, because it's true. We can complain about the fucking corporate America, man. These corporations, the greed, it's unfair, it's not right. Sure. Keep complaining. You know what? I saw people complain when Sony laid off 900 people, and you know what it led to? The very next day, EA laid off 650 people. It's like the feelings don't fucking matter here. That's all I'm trying to say, is the emotion involved, the feelings, it doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter to the people who are impacted, because it's not going to stop and it's not going to slow down. And the people who are impacted, it's like you better just mourn your job real quick, because it's over. You know what I mean? Like it's done. You got to figure out what's your next move for you as an individual. It sucks, but it's just the fucking way it is, man, where it's like the best thing people, I think, should do for themselves. And it doesn't this could apply to everybody. It's not exclusive to like one industry or one position. It's just like, dude, just assume that you're not secure. Unless it's like you have something that's yours and yours alone that you can fall back on. But if it's not yours and yours alone, and it's tethered to a company or a business, whatever it is, you need to just assume that like it could fall apart. You might not be safe. Fred, you're saying, I work at an automotive Q1 supplier, and we are constantly reminded that our contracts are only guaranteed by the quality we provide it. At one time and point, we almost lost them. I mean, it's brutal out there, dude. It is. And the only thing I would suggest to people, and this is not so much about like, do you side with the corpos? Do you side with the artists and the common worker? It's like, listen, it's not about siding with anybody. I obviously have my own thoughts, and I've talked about this before about, I think things are out of balance, and I think that there needs to be a better balance. But I know that no matter how much I think that, no matter how much I push for that notion, it's like, well, is it going to happen? I don't know. There's certain things that have to occur in a certain way for that to ever be a reality. And right now, it doesn't seem like we're anywhere close to it. Well, although, I mean, you could say this is the industry's way of correcting itself. But the best thing an individual can do is invest in yourself. Just invest in yourself. Like, it's easier said than done, but just Like they're something that does not exist enough in, I would say, in all industries across all disciplines is mental toughness, dude. People, like, you know how people use the term like fragile snowflakes and shit, and it's like I know that that's used maybe unfairly, but in all seriousness, like people need to, one of the best ways you can invest in yourself is invest in mental toughness, because if there's anything that will get you through shit, it's much easier said than done. We all are human. We all have, times of doubt and frustration and sadness. It's all normal, but it's just, there's something to be said for mental toughness, man. And how it's like, I just think that can go a very long way in helping you invest in yourself. So that way, when this cold, harsh world reveals itself to you, you won't be as blindsided. You might not be fully prepared, but you won't fall flat on your face either. People need to start doing that. They do. Doesn't mean become like a fucking, miserable, doomer that's fucking just everything sucks and everyone sucks and there's no good in this world. I'm not saying that either. I'm just saying it's like you got to invest in that, because I read reports like this, man, and it's like, I just think some people, they just walk through life not realizing that, like, dude, shit's not pretty. Like, life is rough, man. And you live life long enough, you're gonna fucking realize that. You are. Like, you're gonna hit walls and they're gonna fucking hurt. So, strengthen your mind, I guess, is what I'm just trying to say. I know I know basically it's turned into a philosophical fucking conversation. I didn't mean for it to turn into that, but strive for a balance of mental toughness and compassion. If you can, and that's very hard. I'm not there yet. I'm still working on it, but trust me, you strive for those two things, you'll make it in life. You will. You will make it in life. If you can have a healthy balance of mental toughness and compassion, you will make it. And not to say that people aren't making it or won't make it, but it's like, you'll notice that the people who seemingly sink to the bottom in life, dude, like, they lack one or both of those things in mass quantity. Because here's the thing. You can be the toughest motherfucker out there entering the corporate cutthroat world. Yeah, well, guess what? You're still not safe. You have a plus 50 mental toughness, 0 points in compassion. God, man, you're gonna end up somewhere bad. You put all your points in compassion, though, you're also gonna end up somewhere bad, because you're gonna get crushed, unfortunately. So anyway, didn't quite mean to go on that tangent there. It's just, it's hard not to talk about it from a more human side, because it's easy to look at it as, oh, these are just jobs, which they are, but these are just studios and these are just games. But there is that part of me that still tries to acknowledge that, the worst thing we do, and again, I am guilty of this, the worst thing we do collectively is we dehumanize. And the internet, unfortunately, has made it easier than ever to dehumanize. And the reason why it's so easy is because you can just learn about things. I read about this piece of news or this thing that happened or this event that occurred. And it's like, you're still so disconnected from it, no matter what you watch, no matter what you read. And it's just the natural way the brain works. It's like because there's such a huge separation, you're going to dehumanize whether you want to or not. And sometimes you just see it present itself so aggressively where it's like, fuck these, corporate big wigs and whatnot. And it's like, well, this may be difficult to believe, but they are people too, like they are human beings. And, maybe it wouldn't be so bad to just try to understand, like from their perspective, why they operate the way they operate. Just like when we look at the developer side and the worker side, and it's like, we should also absolutely try to understand it from their perspective and see why do they view it this way, or what is their perspective? What is their experience? It's difficult because it requires being able to be open-minded and see all the different angles, to see the good and the bad. But yes. Anyway, I'm still going on here. Philosophy 101 with MBG here, 3 hours into my stream. Perfect Image with a super chat saying, hey, MBG, would you say that the 900 developers that got fired could have made a CIA, FBI, AAA game instead of Sony making a first-party zombie game? What do you think? Bro, Perfect Image has something against these zombie games, man. He wants a CIA, FBI game. I feel like I kind of know what you're saying. I feel like I know what you're saying when you say a CIA, FBI game. I do think Sony Bend, again, the rumor is that Sony Bend is working on some kind of Cold War action espionage type game. So maybe that's what you can look forward to. It's not a zombie game, Perfect Image. But that's the best I got for you, bro. The 900, well, you also have to understand, Perfect Image, that these 900 developers that were laid off, they were across all different studios, across all different disciplines. And one of the biggest reasons for these layoffs, specifically at Sony, is they acquired a lot of studios in the past 4 or 5 years. And they also hired a lot of development talent specifically for live service games. Not zombie games, but live service games. And it turns out that Sony's live service endeavors are not working out the way that they thought they would. And because of that, there's going to be some shedding of that talent. Titus Crow, you're saying a single man doing 40 hours a week should be able to have a detached house, a car, go to holidays and bring up a family of 4 people. That's when we lived like humans. I agree with that. Yeah, that's why I think things are out of balance, man. Where it's like, you should be able to be the type of person to wake up and say, I don't want to be, and see, it's so funny. Like, I don't want to be a champion. Doesn't that sound so counterintuitive? Because you see everything you see these days, it's like, be a champion, be the best, be the best. No, listen, not everybody can be the best. Sorry. This is how good. Not everybody can be the best. We all know this. We should be able to live in an environment where it's not that you're actively saying, I don't want to be the best, but you're just being, you are being the best you can be. Right. And maybe that isn't on the same level as some others out there and how they operate, but it should be enough, right? It should be enough to where, like you're saying, like you can live a relatively healthy life. You can have a home, you can, have a car, you can afford to take holidays sometimes, but I don't know, man. It's never quite that simple, unfortunately. And I think what really screws it all up is it like when we get to the heart of it. And to be fair, this does absolutely pertain to the video game industry. It's not exclusive to it, but it I know it seems like, what does this have to do with video games? This does have to do with it. It's like, it is the greed factor, man. It is in our nature to always want more. It is. It's how we are programmed as human beings to always want growth. If there's no growth, there's no progress. It's never enough. But it just like all things, it requires a balance. You cannot be obsessed with growth purely, because you will never be satisfied. You will never be happy, and it's not that you'll never achieve anything, but your achievements will never really mean that much because you're just on to the next. But you cannot fall into regression either. You cannot strive for no growth or just stop, because you will not progress and you will not achieve anything. And that can be just as bad, if not worse, right? So just like with all things, there has to be a balance. And I think the biggest problem in the video game industry right now is simply that there is no balance. There is no balance. I think there is mismanagement that leads to further imbalance, or you could even argue that mismanagement is a product of that severe imbalance. But there has to be a healthy balance achieved where and it is possible. It's absolutely possible. The corporation can exist, the executives can exist, and their job can be to worry about the corporation's health and bottom line. The artists and the development teams, they can do their work and they can do it in a healthy manner. And the customer base and the market can also be satisfied with the products. In my opinion, where things truly start to get fucked up here is that what I just listed is absolutely possible and realistic and tangible. And anybody who tells you that it's not doesn't know what they're lying to you, or they're lying to themselves. That is 100% possible. Where things truly get fucked up, though, is you'll find that it is really like, it comes down to shareholder greed, and that's it. Like, really think about the heart of all this. What drives these business executives to make the moves that they make? For example, let's take Sony. Why is Sony in this position right now where we are seeing them lay off 900 people? We're hearing that there are some issues with some of these studios they purchased. Their profit margins are shitting the bed, and now the CFO has to take over to clean up this mess. What got Sony in this mess in the first place? I'll tell you exactly. It is greed. It is greed, and we can say it's Sony being greedy. Well, yes, it is Sony being greedy, but why is Sony being greedy? Because the shareholders and the investors, that's where the greed stems from. But to be fair, it does take two to tango, so we can also blame Sony, because Sony is they're publicly held company, right? Like they look at the PlayStation 4 generation. That was a generation where Sony obviously wanted to strive for more and to strive for better, and they wanted to grow. And they did, and it worked. And the PS4 environment is where almost everything was perfectly harmonized, right? It's what I just described. Sony as a company was happy because they're growing. The shareholders are happy because Sony's growing. The development teams mostly are happy because they're working on these new exciting big projects, and they're getting the funding to do so, and they're getting the freedom to do so. And the market was happy because we're like, holy shit, dude, this is great. Look at the stuff Sony's producing. And it was very harmonious. And once we got to the PS5 generation, I think where things got fucked up is it then became, because think about it, it's like, wow, look at where we are now with the PS4. Pretty good, right? We're making more money than ever before. We're making more profit than ever before. But then that's the problem. It's just like the next thing is, so you're going to do more now, right? Like you're going to increase that even further, right? And it's like, well, hold on. Is that like, do we need to do that? Is that truly necessary? But it's not, it's, I don't want to just, it's hard. I do instinctively want to just blame the shareholders and blame Sony and blame their greed, but we do also have to acknowledge our side of it as well, where in the process of all this, Sony was making some really huge games, some really pretty games, some really technically stunning games. And, the truth is, it's like, and I don't know if maybe this is the biggest area where we're not to blame. I know we aren't to blame for it, and maybe we can't even fully blame Sony, because maybe Sony actually didn't even see this coming fully as well, where it's like, did anybody really know? I mean, Sean Layden knew. So maybe Sony's biggest mistake was firing Sean Layden. But did most people know that, hey, you know how this game that you just made, Spider-Man 2018, pretty big game, yeah, pretty about as AAA as it gets. $100 million. Yeah, the next one's going to be $300 million. And it's coming in like 5 years. And it's going to be like twice as much or 3 times as much. Right? It's like the biggest mistake seemingly was Sony not being insightful enough and understanding enough at a time when somebody that they had leading the way there, that being Sean Layden saw this. He's like, guys, red flag. This is all great. We're experiencing the golden age of PlayStation, but this is a problem, and we need to figure out what we're going to do now to solve this problem so it doesn't hurt us later. And instead, what we got, and I fell for it too, and it's okay, because I feel like you could kind of see how, like, well, maybe Sean was wrong. And to be fair, for a long time, I think a lot of people thought maybe Sean was wrong. And Jim Ryan was like, hey, listen, we can go even bigger. Like, we can do this. Like, we can maintain this. Like, we can just keep climbing. And it's more like, even though the budgets will become more expensive, even though the pressure will be higher to deliver, think of the profits, right? Think about if we do make this game even bigger, it'll probably sell even better, right? And if it sells even better, we'll make even more profit. So it inherently is greed driven, to where when Sean Layden presented to PlayStation back in, I guess, 2018 and 2019, that we need more, you can't even call them AA games anymore, because that's not what they are, but we need more smaller AAA games like Miles Morales and like Lost Legacy. We need more of that. It seems like when Sony said, nah, we just need to keep going in hard with the AAA, the quadruple A-ness, right? Like, it seems like that's when the wheels were set in motion, where it's like, this shit's going to bite you guys bad. And I think Jim Ryan, he did know this at some point. Like, I think maybe in 2021 at the end of it, or going into 2022, I think it became clear that, like, he kind of realized, like, oh shit, this is a problem. And his solution was not the best one, where he said, we just need to go all in with live service. And the biggest thing that I think, to be honest, looking at it like hindsight 2020, I think Jim Ryan basically was throwing a fucking Hail Mary pass, and we didn't realize it. Like, I think Jim convinced us, as well as Sony themselves, that, like, trust, like, he's like almost like a Dutch moment, right? Where it's like, I got a plan, Sony. All right. I got a plan. Trust me. I got a plan, Hiroki. And it's like, there really is no plan. It's just live service, Hail Mary pass. Doesn't matter how expensive it is. Doesn't matter how many studios we have to buy. Doesn't matter how much dev talent we have to take on. We got to get that $1 billion, quarterly money maker. And I think it's clear that, like, dude, I don't even think, I don't even know that Jim was able to even throw that Hail Mary pass, but I think he hiked the fucking ball and, like, fumbled it, dude. And now the ball's just like fucking all over the place. Somebody's trying to pick it up. I know I'm all over the place here with this conversation. And to be fair, this wasn't even, I guess this was part of the overall topic, you know, kind of stemming back to talking about what's happening with Fire Sprite. But it's so obvious that there is, and it's not to be doom and gloom. It is just being real and you know, honest about it, and that there is a very serious problem at PlayStation, and it simply does come down to they overspent, they overhired, they got way too ambitious, they got way too greedy, and now everybody's suffering the consequences for that. From the corporate level, they're suffering their own consequences of the shareholders are pissed. How are we get like? I know it sounds so funny, but it's like, dude. On the development level, the development teams have to fucking suffer every day worrying, am I going to be let go? Am I done here? Like, is it over for me with working at the studio for this company? From the consumer level, our worry is shit, dude. Like, what is this? What's going to happen to the games that we like to buy and play? Like, what's going to happen to our games that we enjoy? And from the corporate level, it's like, shit, how are the shareholders going to react when we have to tell them, like, we fucked up? You know what I mean? And it's at this point, and it's not to say that it's all bad. It's not all bad. They're still good, but it's just that this course correction, really quick, you're saying, MBG, you mean Jim Ryan is responsible for Xbox's failure, Embracer's failure, EA's failure, and all the layoffs of 2024? No, to be clear, I want to make this clear. I'm not saying Jim didn't do anything. Jim made some mistakes that we're talking about here, but he did a lot of good things too. Like the biggest thing that people need to realize is that if Jim Ryan fucked up, he could have fucked up way worse. That's very important to understand, is he could have fucked up way worse. And I know that that's not much of a consolation, you know, prize, but it's just true that, like, he could have said, we're not greenlighting some of these single player games or some of these sequels because they're too expensive. Like, he could have said, we're just gonna, you know, we're gonna minimize that and just focus on live service. He could have done that. I mean, obviously, there's a reason why he didn't do that, because it's so obviously a fucking dumb idea. It's like, how could anybody do something like that? But I took that joke seriously, yes. But look, I'm just saying, I know how it sounds. Like, I'm just placing all the blame squarely on Jim Ryan. To be fair, he signed up for that when he decided to take the position and the pay of the CEO. But it is a complicated situation, as most of these things are. It's not as simple or clear cut as we would want it to be. But there's no denying that the biggest mistake Jim Ryan did make was not doubling down, not tripling down, but quadrupling down on live service, not knowing what the outcome could potentially be. That, to me, was the Hail Mary pass that Jim attempted to throw, and it very clearly didn't work. And now there are losses being suffered. And to be fair, yes, other companies have made similar mistakes. Jim is not alone in this. All these companies that are doing mass layoffs, like, they made their own mistakes as well. And there are very few companies that truly made the right decisions at critical moments, like in 2020 and 2021. There are very few companies that made the right, logical, smart decisions that they knew would work out in the long run. Well, anyway, Perfect Image with a $10 super chat saying, look at the direction Sony and Xbox make as a first party. Then people get mad at GTA 5 and 6, Mafia 1 through 3, Ghost 1 and 2, Rise of the Ronin wins. I hope you understand what category people would buy. It's just a theory. I get what you're saying. Perfect Image, like, again, zooming out and trying to understand the bigger picture notion that you're putting forth here. I do understand what you're saying. It's interesting because what we're actually starting to see now, Perfect Image, is that it's not even like a specific type of game that people are beginning to gravitate towards. Like in terms of genre, it's actually a specific like I don't know what you want to call it, like a specific sized game. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's like people are like, oh, dude, look at Power World and look at Helldivers 2. What do they have in common? They're not big, massive AAA games. You know, they're not big, massive AAA games. They are not small indie games, and they're not even in some cases full-blown AA. It's almost like AA has transformed into AAA now. And like AAA has transformed into what we would consider, I guess, quadruple A, which is just ridiculous notion, you know, a ridiculous size of a game. And I will say that it's like, fuck, man, dude, Sean Layden was, I don't mean to keep going back to Sean Layden, but like, dude, he knew what the fuck was up, man. And it's a shame that Sony let him go because, I bet you Sony would love to have somebody like Sean Layden right now leading the charge for PlayStation. Yeah, exactly. You're saying with those budgets, it's safe to say those are quadruple A. Yeah. Fred Vance. Calling in the orbital. You're saying Sean Layden is the one that initiated the PC ports, though. I mean, yeah, but I don't think he was wrong for doing that. I think he was understanding that, like, we're going to need to make more money back on these games because they are because he, you know, Sean Layden was there until 2019, and so he definitely was seeing some of the games getting greenlit and like the projections of how much is this going to cost. So you're saying it's a 500 kilogram strike? Oh, thank you, Fred. I was trying to think like which one is that. But yeah, I don't know. I will say I feel like I just got a little bit off track here with the main topic of discussion. I mean, I guess it's inevitable. It happens. So in conclusion, with this second topic, which went on for too long, in conclusion, Sony sucks and Xbox sucks and gaming sucks and it all. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. The real conclusion here that I'm coming to is that Sony made some bets on some studios, and some of those bets are not working out for them in their favor. And I think that Fire Sprite is one of these studios where things are not going well. They need to make some changes that hopefully the studio can adapt to, that will result in the studio not only surviving, but hopefully producing some great games for us, and they can be happy, have a good work culture, and Sony can be happy as well because, hey, our purchase of the studio worked out in the end. That's my hope. That's a very idealistic, optimistic way of looking at it, but there's much work to be done. We'll find out. Is Hiroki Totoki the man for the job? I don't know, dude. I you know, really quick, let me just say I feel a little bit bad for Hiroki Totoki, man. That guy's, you want to talk about a guy that's probably so annoyed and stressed? Like, hey, Hiroki, listen, I know you're the president of Sony, which is a huge responsibility, and you're the CFO, but do you think you could kind of manage all of PlayStation as well? Because this guy, he's got to retire, and we need some cleanup over there. Hiroki's probably like, oh my God, like, I hate all of you. Totokism is the guy, man. Any guy willing to pick up a mess is the guy. Yeah. Well, we'll find out. He's swimming in money. Dude, something tells me though that like it's never that simple. Like, of course it's like, man, I get paid so good, but holy shit, this job is a nightmare sometimes. Even on a private jet, his stress is probably managed. Well, interesting times ahead, guys. All right, so I have Dragon Bat Spidey here's third time super chatting, saying not surprised that Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is easily blowing FF16 out of the water critically and financially, despite being out only a few days so far. I mean, yeah, I do agree with you that it's not that surprising because, man, Final Fantasy VII is just, it holds so much more weight. Final Fantasy 16. Hold on, I think Boss is trying to make his way in. Let me clear the way here. And Dragon Bat Spidey, I'm going to finish. Give me a second. A wild boss appears. Hello, boss. Boss, do you know where the snacks are? Because I don't know where they are, bro. Let the legend rise. He's gonna do his thing. I'm sure he'll join us any second now. I'm clearing the way. I'm raising the monitor. I'm prepping for boss because once it starts, it doesn't stop. Come on. Come up. I know. They're waiting to see you, boss. They've been waiting. There we go. Boss is like, I have returned.
Kept you waiting, huh?
Anyway, Dragon Bat Spidey. I'm not surprised either, man. I think Final Fantasy 16 is such a big shift away from what Final Fantasy 7 is, especially with, remake and rebirth. It's very different. It's much darker. It's much more mature. So yeah, it's not all that surprising, man. You think Final Fantasy 16 is way cooler? I wouldn't say it's cooler. It's just it just the tone is so different, and I like it. I really love the tone of Final Fantasy 16. Please don't knock that over. Please don't knock that over, boss. Thank you. So, all right. I'm going to try my best to keep this thing going now that the beast has entered. So I told you guys that we had potentially 6 bonus topics. I don't think we're going to get to those bonus topics. They're not big topics, though, to be fair, and they're not necessarily directly PlayStation topics, so I don't think it'll be a big deal. But I do have a third major topic that I do want to discuss with you, and I saved this one for last because I don't know that I have a ton to say about it, but it is definitely something that I want to report to you guys. Hold on, boss. So I have a report here from WCCF Tech. Nintendo Switch 2 performance in docked mode will likely be comparable to the performance of a PlayStation 4 Pro. Boss, you... Every time. That's fine. Just please don't destroy my router. I need that to stream, bro. Let me try this again. Nintendo Switch 2 performance in docked mode will likely be comparable to the performance of the PlayStation 4 Pro. At least that's what a reputable tech YouTuber Moore's Law's Dead claims in his latest video, in which he confirms that the Switch successor will indeed use the rumored Samsung 8nm process node with likely 12 gigabytes of memory. In the video, the YouTuber talks about how there's a misunderstanding about Nintendo not caring about performance. Actually, they do, but the company has a certain performance goal it wants to hit for a console cycle, and if it does, they are satisfied. Some days ago, we reported that it's likely that the chip inside the Nintendo Switch 2 will hardly match the performance of the Xbox Series S. In the video, the YouTuber appears to support that claim, though it actually may come close to Microsoft's entry-level console, except frame rates are expected to be lower. When comparing the rumored performance of the Switch 2 based on the likely specs of the platform, the performance of the Switch successor in docked mode will likely be comparable to that of the PS4 Pro. On the CPU side, the YouTuber also makes a comparison with Microsoft's Xbox One X from last gen. Quote, PS4 Pro is a good way to characterize docked to Switch performance, end quote. In another post under the video about docked performance, the YouTuber writes, quote, PS4 Pro would be a better approximation. Sorry, I don't know why I can't say that word. But the Xbox Series S isn't really that different besides the CPU due to a gimped memory system. As for the Switch 2 handheld performance, the YouTuber says image quality with light ray tracing and battery life of Nintendo's platform will likely be better than that of the Steam Deck, albeit with somewhat lower performance than the Steam Deck. Even if Nintendo cheap out on the clock speeds and cooling here, I would say it's about 20 to 30% faster than the Steam Deck GPU, but the CPU is a bit weaker for gaming. He adds, so again, if the Steam Deck is doing 720p low at 40, I think this will do like 720p high with light ray tracing at 30. And so, yeah, this is obviously coming from Moore's Law is Dead. And I can't help but fixate on this notion with the Switch 2 that it's basically going to be like a PS4 or a PS4 Pro and maybe just a very slightly less powerful Xbox Series S. I fixate on this because as I've talked to you guys many times in the past, I've talked to you about this multiple times, third-party support is going to be key for the Switch 2. And it's not just going to be key for Nintendo. I mean, of course it's going to be key for Nintendo because they want good, healthy third-party support. The more third-party support they have for the Switch 2, the better it's likely to sell. Or you know, it's probably going to sell well no matter what, but you guys get what I'm saying. The more third-party support, the easier of an investment it's going to be for people to say, oh yeah, it's a no-brainer. But this is important for PlayStation as well, because I've speculated multiple times in the past and will continue to do so until we see it play out, that the more support, the more third-party support, and the stronger the third-party support is for the Switch 2, that's more competition for PlayStation. It is. Because I think a lot of gamers have already been conditioned to buy both the Nintendo console and the PlayStation console. But as Sony continues to invest more and more into, I'm giving Boss a good rubbing here on his favorite spot. As Sony continues to invest more and more into PC and bringing their games to PC and porting them to PC and maybe even making their own PC launcher, people are going to question more and more if they should buy the PlayStation console, right? And while this is happening, if Nintendo is putting out a new console, a new handheld hybrid that can get massive third-party support, you know, this could make Sony not necessarily have to worry about their PlayStation 5 or even PlayStation 6 sales, maybe a little bit, but really it's about matching what Nintendo is doing more than anything. The one thing that I'm taking away from this is Final Fantasy. I don't know. Why did I say Final Fantasy? The one thing I'm taking away from this is Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth is great. See how much sense I make there? I'm sorry. I'm doing too many things at once. I'm petting Boss. I'm trying to make sure he's not going to bite my mic. And I'm looking at my screen and I just read the words Final Fantasy. I just read my title. Let me try again. Please forgive me. My brain is malfunctioning. See what Boss does to me? Let me try again. Bro, that was like I gotta take a break after that. What just happened in my brain, dude? Boss needs a comb. He needs more than a comb. Like, dude, he's got so much. I think he's shedding because it's starting to get a little bit warmer. I need to try this again. All right, let me start over. My big takeaway from this is that Sony is going to need to make a new dedicated handheld to match the Switch. They're going to need to do that. But where things get complicated is how Sony's going to properly handle it. Now, here's what I think. I think that when developers see that the Switch 2 is basically equivalent to a PS4, PS4 Pro, or a slightly underpowered Xbox Series S, I think we're going to see so many developers, so many publishers greenlight new ports. Make a Switch 2 port. And it's going to be for games that came out during the PS4 and Xbox One generation. But we're going to see them port those games for the Switch 2. They're going to market those games. And I think what Sony's essentially going to try to do, and I think this would be wise of Sony, is at that same time, around that same time, like, oh, look at that. All these developers are going back to their back catalog of games that they released, for previous generations with the Xbox One and PS4, and they're making Switch 2 ports. You know what? We're going to release a handheld ourselves. And don't worry. You don't even really have to do any work. But we're going to have that on offer too. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, that's basically it. That's what Sony needs to do, where when Nintendo gains the ability, and it comes down to developers, by the way. It does come down to the developers, because we don't know how many devs are going to want to port games to the Switch 2 that, again, are not necessarily as relevant now. But something tells me that if the Switch 2 is going to sell well, I think devs are going to be heavily incentivized to do so. Sony could get ahead of this if they come out, and it seems like it's going to have to happen after the Switch 2, but they will be able to offer their own solution where it's like, guys, don't worry. Here's a new PlayStation handheld, and you gain access to all PS4 games and maybe some PS5 games, but most important, all PS4 games. So Sony will have basically closed that gap. Sony's going to make sure that Nintendo won't have some massive distinct advantage over them, that people will be like, oh shit, I can play Titanfall 2. I don't know. It's just the first game that came to my mind for some reason. I can play the, Tomb Raider games that came out. I can play, just think of any PS4 game. Any PS4 game that came out that generation, I can play that, and they released it for the Switch 2, and I can play it on the go now. I think it's, the Steam Deck is there already doing that, right? The Switch 2 is going to push that even further. So it's like, yeah, this is what Sony has to do. Sony has to make their own handheld PS4. Even if they don't want to, they're going to have to. Because it's ridiculous. Like I already think it's kind of ridiculous that you can play God of War, Horizon, The Last of Us, Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. You can play these games on the go, on your handheld, from a not PlayStation device, from a Steam device. That's great. That's not what's ridiculous. What's ridiculous is that Sony doesn't have something on offer themselves. And so it's just going to heat up even further when we see the Switch 2 come out. And you're going to see even more ports for that, and even more people having the ability to take these games on the go. And I think Sony could find huge success. You're saying Sony already lost money on VR. Please, not another failure, MBG. There's no way this could fail, dude. It would be wild if it failed. Like, if it failed, I think Sony would be okay to be, like, it would be justifiable for them to be angry at the market. It would be. If Sony released a new dedicated handheld where they can promise you every PS4 game on the go on this handheld, dedicated, not streaming, just dedicated, and some PS5 games, and the market was like, nah, unless Sony did something stupid and they're like, and it's $600. okay, yeah, then no wonder why it would fail. But I just think it has to happen, man. It has to happen. You're saying so the Switch 2 will be slightly screwed, maybe? No, the Switch 2 will not be screwed because essentially what Sony wants to, I think, make sure of is that that Nintendo doesn't have some kind of advantage over them, except for the one advantage that Nintendo will always have over Sony. And that is you can't play Nintendo games on a Sony console. That's the advantage that Nintendo has always had and will always have. In the same way that, I don't think we're going to see God of War make its way to Switch 2. But I think that it would look quite bad for Sony if Nintendo can start kind of flexing in the coming years of like, look at all these games that are releasing on the Switch 2. These are all games that are available on the PlayStation Store, but sorry, you can't play them on the go if you're choosing PlayStation. Kazjam, you're saying, what if Sony puts their games on the Switch 2? I mean, it's an interesting thought, but you're saying too late. No, it is an interesting thought, but I will say this. In order for that to ever happen, Sony would have to completely concede the handheld space. Like Sony would have to be willing to say, we don't want to ever create another handheld. We don't think we can succeed with another handheld. Therefore, we will not. But we want to make sure our games are available on handheld devices. You see what I'm saying? It's like Sony, I think, is not going to be willing to do that. I think Sony is going to go in the opposite direction. Sony's going to say, we need to have our own handheld. And I think that's smart. I think Sony would make frankly, I think it would be a huge mistake for Sony to put their games on the Switch 2, because that means if they wanted to try to make some kind of, handheld, it would almost seem totally pointless. And people would be like, but your games are already on this handheld. Why would we? You know what I mean? Again, I feel like that kind of exists a little bit with the Steam Deck already. But I think things would be amplified tenfold if it was Nintendo. Because Nintendo is still kind of doing the same thing that Sony does, where it's like flex your exclusives, except Nintendo does it even more so. But when I talk about Sony's handheld PS4, this is what I'm referring to. I think the Nintendo Switch is essentially, the Nintendo Switch 2 is essentially going to be a next-gen Nintendo console, like for their Nintendo games. I think you're going to get next-gen Nintendo games, but it's also going to basically be a portable PS4. I'm confident in that. Maybe I'm wrong, dude. I don't know. Listen, maybe I'm wrong in that maybe developers are not going to port their games. Maybe they won't. But then if they don't, listen, if developers don't port their older games, PS4 games, Xbox One games, if they don't port these games to the Switch 2, then the only other option is that means the upcoming games that are being developed, like upcoming third-party games in 2025, 6, 7, 8, 9, they're going to make dedicated Switch 2 versions. And that's where Sony could find themselves in a bit of a situation where the idea is Sony's going to create a dedicated handheld that will give you access to all PS4 games, some PS5 games, but how limited will those PS5 games be? Right? Like, I'm trying to think of like GTA 6, for example. Like, is GTA 6 coming to the Switch too? Right now, it seems like it's not. Could GTA 6 run on the Switch too? I'm thinking no. What about, I don't know, what's another like big third part? I don't know, like Resident Evil 4 Remake. I mean, that made itself available on iPhones. So it's like, I think it's safe to say it could probably play on the Switch too. So does that mean future Resident Evil remakes will be targeting the Switch too? If they are, does that mean... Yeah, I don't know, man. Sony's got to really think about this. They do. They really have to think about how they want to position this thing. My thought process is if Sony makes a dedicated handheld, it has to be... they have to thread this needle very precisely where it's like you have to allow it to sell itself on 2 points that can stand alone simultaneously. The first selling point is here's a Sony PlayStation handheld device that you can play thousands of games on, but not all games, and likely not the most modern games that are coming out. So it's like, so a portable PS4. Literally, like, yes, that's what it is. It is a PS4, but it's portable. That's what it is. It's a handheld. There has to be that selling point, but the second selling point they have to have is for people who also buy the home console, which they've conditioned everybody to do. Because again, Sony's not making a hybrid. It's 2 separate devices, therefore potentially double the cost. If not double the cost, certainly more expensive than just buying one dedicated hybrid. And so the second selling point will have to be, you know, here's a add-on, you know, device, accessory, whatever. Basically what they're doing with PSVR 2, except for a handheld. That's what they have to do. And I guess the question then becomes, how much does Sony lean into when they make this portable PS4? Because apparently they are making this thing, this handheld. How much does Sony lean into, this is a standalone device, please go buy it. This is a standalone console, please go buy it. I don't know, man. That, to me, that's the most interesting thing to think about. MBG, can you mention what they're doing with PSVR 2? Because as an owner, it's been a while since RE4. I think Sony's still supporting PSVR 2, but I think that it is not a priority right now. Like, at all. Oh. God. I don't think it's a priority at all. I think they're... I think PSVR 2 will live on, but I wouldn't be surprised if Sony's like, listen, we just can't really do that much. Like I think what Sony's going to try to do is continue to partner. You're saying it's all but abandoned. I don't want to say, I don't know. I don't say it's abandoned, but I don't think it's abandoned. I think it's just like we've accepted this thing is not going to be what we thought it was. And therefore, the support is not going to be what we anticipated it would be or could be. But that is pretty much it for the main topics of discussion, guys. Not sure what the hell's on my chair here. Market changed. It definitely did, yeah. Boss is eyeing the drink. Yeah, London studio, who's going to be closed down now, they were familiar with VR as well. It's unfortunate, man. Boss is very tired. I'm sorry I don't have any snacks for you, boss. I would love to I would love to give you some snacks, but I gotta find out where they went. All right, so let me exit out of this. Give me just a second. So here's what we're gonna do. I owe you guys. So we hit 55 channel members. All right. And so because of that, I owe you guys some reps. We're going to do a couple reps. A little quick workout, and then we're going to head over to the members lounge for a little bit. I'm just checking to make sure. Insider confirmed that Gravity Rush 2 Remastered is still coming to PS5 and PC. Young Kratos could be coming to Fortnite next season. That's interesting. All right. Let's figure out, is Corey Landiga here? Because I'm pretty sure if he is, I don't know if he is. I haven't seen him yet. I'm just checking because I'm trying to figure out which music I'm going to play. But if he's not here, I won't play Metal Gear. I'll save it for when he's here. Guys, I'm going to give you just a little warning. If you're wearing headphones or something, or if your volume's loud, either take your headphones off for a second or lower your volume, because I have to unmute this, and I don't know if it's already playing. And I don't know how loud it's going to be. So just a little headphone warning here. I'm going to give it a second because there's a delay and everybody can hear this. You're saying you just put your beats on? Yeah. All right, I'm going to give it a second. And let's see. What's playing? I don't know what's playing. Is it music? Okay, yeah. All right, it wasn't loud. All right, let's find something we can do. What can we do here? All right, I'm going to turn the volume up now. I saw somebody asking if they were 50. No, they're 30s. They're not 15s. They're 30s. Now rip your PS5 in half.
I'll do a couple more. Listen, somebody drops a 20 bomb right now. I'll do 3 more sets. I don't think Boss liked the way I flexed on him, though. I was just so pumped, you know? He's just, like, sleeping. You don't like the music? I mean, I have some other options. All right. Hold on, let me. I'm probably like. I love how I just have to like aggressively throw the fucking chairs out of the way. Like, get the fuck out of the way. I gotta lift. That's pretty good though. Nah, I'm not going too crazy today. All right, so let's see. We're at the 4 hour. We're a little over the 4 hour mark. So 4 hours and 1 minute to be precise. What we're going to do now is we're going to bring this stream to a close. I'm going to open up the members lounge. All right. So if you are a channel member, please join me over there. We're going to hang out for a little bit. Saying it's a little too intense, but good job on the reps. Yeah, shit, dude, it escalates so rapidly. 1 minute we're sitting here talking about the Switch 2 and, you know, third-party support, and the next second you're just fucking heavy metal playing and I'm flexing on Boss and fucking doing some reps. You never know. But yeah, that's for you guys. Again, 55 members. Thank you so much for the support today. And also want to make sure that I shout out everybody who donated super chats as well. Appreciate what you guys do. I tell you, this channel, this content, it is fan funded. So I'm able to do this because of the support that this community shows. So thank you so much for everything. And yeah, so I'm going to be shutting this stream down in the next 5 minutes or so. We're going to head over to the members lounge. So I hope to see you there. I also want to make sure I give a shout out to Devil Shooter. Okay, he does the timestamps. If you see him in the comments, give him a thank you. I know he really appreciates that. So, all right. Last request I have before shutting this stream down is please hit the like button for me. We're sitting at 260 likes. Maybe we could get up to 270, 275. Really appreciate that. And yeah, that does it for this stream, guys. I will catch any of my channel members over in the members lounge, and to everybody else, I will catch you guys in the next proper stream. So hope everybody enjoys the rest of their day, and until next time, take care, everyone.